Your screen's black.
I know I'm not in the studio.
Okay.
Can you hear me though?
I can hear you. We're live.
Hey Tristan, how you doing?
Doing all right. Doing all
We are back, and I'm looking to see how to get into this thing.
right.
Enter pin. So while I'm doing this, how you been, Tristan? What you been up to?
Oh, just getting myself together. Just had some life changes, obviously, and well, not obvious to anybody that's watching, but um, just had some stuff I needed to get together. But we're back and we're making stuff, and I'm more motivated than ever.
Okay, here we are. I'm back, and we have my Oni on the screen and your Oni on the screen. So
Your screen is
tilted.
yeah, it's not the
There
right
we go.
direction. There we go.
We'll get better. Get better.
Yeah, yeah, there we go.
All right. So
Rub off your camera a little bit. It's a little foggy.
I see it. I see it. Oh no! It says shake to something. Am I still in?
Yeah, you're still. Oh, you're gone.
No, my goodness. Enter studio.
Perfect timing, right?
Hey, it was good. Allow my.
That's
Are you? Can you hear me?
good. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I hope you're vamping.
Oh.
Hmm.
Hello.
Going to exit again.
Actually, be more. Can you hear me? Oh. Oh, hey. Got your face up here.
Technical difficulties. So this has not done this yet. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Back camera. Hmm.
He's running down the stairs. I can hear him.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
From the stairs, not from the thing.
Yeah. Well, no, I can hear you from the thing too.
Oh, okay. So then we just got to figure out why my camera's not. Just start talking, sculpting. Tell them what we're doing.
Okay. Uh. Well. Uh. So today we are revisiting an old piece to turn it into a new piece for Legion's Con. Uh. Onis have and like Japanese themed sculpts have always been a staple for us. And we thought that we'd take it a bit more futuristic this year and see what we can come up with. So we thought it would be a cool idea to take the same head, it's literally the first head that we did, and see if we can make it more like futuristic or cyberpunk. So that's what we're doing today. And if anybody who watches this, if you've seen my Facebook post that I did the other day, you'd see the thing that I started, which I'll actually pull that up for a second so that everybody can see that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, it looks like you got your thing up, but it's a different screen. So we'll pull that up. Okay. There we go. I think.
This has never done this to me.
What?
It has me in there, but it has my screen black. Like it's stuck on.
Well, you were just on there.
I don't know if Tristan can hear me.
I can hear you.
Tristan, if you can hear me, raise your hand up and wave. Okay, so I won't vent my frustrations out loud then.
Can you hear me?
All right, so I can't hear you, so I'm just gonna keep messing with it.
That's weird. Okay, well, while he's dealing with that, I'll just I'll pull up. I'll full screen this for a second. And show you guys what I've been working on. So this was an idea that Carlo suggested about 2 weeks ago. And something that I just started toying around with, started playing with. He was like, make like a cool, like, take like one of your swords and make it like a Cyber Oni sword. So I thought it'd be cool to make like a futuristic double bladed energy samurai sword. It actually kind of looks like more like a cleaver or like a buster sword if you've ever played like Final Fantasy, which I really liked. I really like how this came out and all the detail that I put into it. So like, you know, when I say like we're you know, getting more like futuristic or techie, you know, I don't have a ton of experience doing that, but some of you may have seen in small bursts or like little teasers here and there. If you were at Legion's Con a couple of years ago, you would have seen the like 4-legged alien custom that I did and ended up giving to the 4 horsemen. Oh, is he back? Is he in?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? This is crazy because I'm starting to think that like people can't hear me now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. Seems like this happens every time that we try to stream. Like either one of us has a technical difficulty or one of us can't stream. Because like I remember the last time that we tried to get into this together, Carlo was streaming, but my monitor like took a crap on me, or like a plug got disconnected in the back. So like I had to literally take this whole thing off, or like my whole monitor off, unscrew like a plate in the back, and like plug it back in. So
can you hear me up there?
I can hear you. You can't hear me?
No, and I have it unmuted. I've left the studio. I came back in like 5 times.
That makes me think that like people can't hear me. If you can't hear me,
I'll have But like, I hear you, but because when I exit out of the studio, I can hear you when I'm not in the studio over my device. Okay, maybe restart my phone. Just
Yeah,
do
I
it.
was
Just
gonna
do the
say,
thing.
just restart. Maybe try restarting your phone or something. Maybe there's like a weird
Okay.
connection issue.
Nobody's watching.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just talking.
I'll eventually get in. Just start sculpting on video or just talk. Whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do stuff. Um. So yeah, this is like, I mean, this is pretty much what I've been working on for the last
Go
2
on
weeks.
YouTube and see if you can hear him if it's going right.
This is what I've been working on for the last 2 weeks, and I feel like I've started to become a lot more comfortable with playing around with geometric shapes and primitives, and just like throwing things together and building like a cohesive structure out of everything. And so, like, you can see that in some of these shapes that I've made, some of these things. I really like this bit because I totally just built this from just I didn't even really do much sculpting on this. This was a lot of just like for anybody who knows box modeling. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to the other file and we're gonna get going on this. I can actually hear myself on his screen. His picture is back up. Like, your picture is up there. But now it's like changed. Is there a way I can like, now instead of me being in the top corner, he's in the top corner. Hold on. Oops.
Tristan, if you can hear me, raise your hand. Okay, so I just can't hear you.
Okay.
So I don't know how we're gonna have a back and forth like this, but
That's so weird. You should be able to hear me. Like, we're both in stream. We're both here. You should be able to hear me. I don't understand that. Hold on. I gotta figure something out real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna try a workaround here.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. I think we got that fixed. That was bothering me. Sorry. All right. So we're just gonna get going. Carlo, once he's figured out
What's going on
his deal, he'll be in. I suppose. I realized that I had this other little head in here, and I don't think I'm going to use that. I think I'm just going to use this head. We're going to solo him out for a bit. Well, we're going to keep a lot of this other stuff, but I think I want to focus a bit more at the moment in just smoothing out and building new shapes. Not really 100% on how this is going to look. We're going to, actually, we're just going to Dynamesh this at the moment. So we don't really need the subdivisions. What we need to do is we need to mirror and weld this. Okay, yeah. And, you know, if you've been following my work for long enough, then you'd know, well, if you've been following our work for long enough, then you'd know that we don't really like to keep things symmetrical. But in a way, you know, when you're dealing with like more futuristic and high-tech stuff, you know, things become more like perfect and structured and cohesive. So it's like you kind of lose a lot of the uh imperfections that come with like more organic things, I feel like. And you know, gives you a good reason to do things more symmetrically, I suppose. So you know what, I think I'm going to actually decimate this, because what I did a minute ago in Dynameshing, what that does is it actually makes the mesh way more dense. So it's actually kind of difficult, in my opinion, to do anything really super free form with that. So in cases like this, I'll do the kind of opposite thing and do a process called decimation, where it kind of does a similar thing with Dynamesh. Although it simplifies the mesh more than it makes it dense. So yeah, you know, we're just smoothing out some of this stuff, and some of this stuff we'll bring back in a way, but like I've kind of got some ideas that I'm trying to run with here. To do that, I just want to take it back to a lot more of its most basic shapes. I don't know who's in the stream watching right now. If that's just my mom trying to help Carlo figure out the stream, or if oh wow, he's not even in here anymore. He's just he's figuring it out. That's okay. Y'all can just hear me ramble on and go away at this mesh. Just destroying it. Just destroying it. Sometimes you have to destroy something to build it back up.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Everything's good now.
Heck yeah.
Okay. Now let's see if I switch to the camera. Back camera. Bam. Are we mirrored? Okay, that's right.
You good?
There's my apple barrel paints. Okay.
Your screen's not, or your iPad's not centered.
I'm working on it.
Okay. And your camera's still foggy.
That's what happened the last time.
Hey, there we go. We got a clear picture. Although you're upside down now.
No, good gravy.
Just tilt it.
Good gravy.
Just tilt it. Okay, or just flip it.
Yeah, we'll get this figured out. It's not.
I don't think it's it. I don't think
Nope,
your
nope.
camera's foggy. It's just yeah.
It's the plastic I'm balancing on.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
We're gonna get this thing. Okay.
You're piercing the veil. You're still on the plastic.
I'm off now, right?
Yeah, you're off.
Ready to rock and roll.
Yep, I think we're good.
I'm not mirrored. Okay, there's fingers.
We have
20
perfect
minutes in.
screen.
I'm finally in. 20 minutes in.
Is it
All
20
right.
minutes?
Yeah.
Have I been rambling for 20 minutes?
Sure have. And yeah, it's just your mom watching right now.
Okay.
All
That's
right.
fine.
So
And somebody else was in here, unless that was you.
yeah, I was in here. You're not watching? Okay, that was me. We're back to I don't know. Whatever. All right. So thanks for coming back, Tristan. I don't know what you said. Something's going to cover it from my perspective, what we've been doing for the last year. So, you had gotten a job and your monitor broke, and we were trying to both use the iPad, and that wasn't working. I got stuck on the truck for too long without any way to sculpt. So, I stole the iPad from you, and your work kind of ceased because your monitor was broken. And then, so I would try to sculpt on my own and broadcast, but we had a lot of summer events coming up, and the kids required a lot of time, so I didn't kind of lost the drive when you weren't here, right? And
Yeah.
I still been sculpting, but my sculpting just hasn't been broadcasted, and we didn't print because the printer was broken for half the year. We finally figured that out. Cross our fingers. So now that we can print for Legion's Con, or else I might just have to go get another little computer. But we're back to the Onis. Earlier, before everything went haywire for us, um, I I told everybody we would be doing Cyber Onis. I wanted to do Cyber Onis for like 2 years now, 3 years now. I did one Cyber Oni head, which was a hit, but we didn't. I don't want to say it's a hit. We don't have anything that's a hit. We just kind of make some things and then disappear. So like
Yeah.
I made that Oni head. I wasn't really happy with it because it was my first time I started sculpting hard surface. And for anybody that knows anything about ZBrush versus traditional modeling, uh, the traditional, what is this, Tristan? I've never seen these. Like,
What?
oh, they're little flowers. The little flowers are part of your hair.
Yeah, that's how I made the hair.
I've never seen that.
Yep.
And there's gaps in. Is there gaps in between that? No. Huh.
There were some gaps that didn't really get filled the best.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got sidetracked there.
Yeah.
This is not the Oni head. Is this the Mountain Oni head right here? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, well that was
Am I-
the first iteration. Go up. You're on a different subtool. He's at the very top. The one that you're looking for is at the very top.
Okay, that looks better. Okay. Okay, so then let me get back to what I was talking about. So I didn't have a real good grasp on the ZBrush way to do hard surface. Usually I box model stuff in the past in 3D Studio Max and Blender. But somewhere in the middle of this, I moved straight to ZBrush. And so when we move straight to ZBrush, it's a whole different style of box modeling, which it took me like 3 years to get a handle on because I would do it, then I get frustrated, and then I'd stop doing it. And then so on and so on. But I really made a conscious effort this year to figure out, you know, if I could even work in that or if it was something that I just go back to, traditional modeling. So I decided to try to make it work out. The first Oni we had at Legion's Con 23, and that's crazy. That's been 2 years we've had that head, but that was going to be the Cyber Oni project. But in the middle of that, again, things happened at work, things happened in the house. Those projects never got done.
Life happened.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm on the truck for like 100 hours a week sometimes, and I'm
Yeah,
about to go and I'm about to go back to that. So the only time that we're gonna have to sculpt together would be this time going forward. So maybe we do a couple weeks of this and see how it goes.
well,
But
and the deal is, and part of and a big reason why a lot of our stuff kind of slowed to a halt. Really, I mean, it just kind of halted completely. Uh, was because I started a new job. You know, up until this point, a lot of what I was doing was just sitting at home sculpting. You know, uh, making things. Well, you know, certain things going on kind of forced me to have to get a real job. I hate saying that because like it makes me feel like, you know, it's just uh like, oh, you never worked a real job. Well, I'm working a real
I
job.
mean, a 9 to 5, because the thing is like real people can do anything for real jobs. Like as long as it's bringing in what you needed to bring in, and um, you know, your 3D sculpting just wasn't as consistent as you needed it to be to provide what you needed in life. So you had to make a grown up decision to stop doing the thing you love, right, and to do something you pretty much hate. Just like most of us out there
Just
do.
like the rest of the world.
Like the rest of it. You got to hold off onto it for a while because like you made some sacrifices. You stayed here at the house with us, so you could try to get your career up and going, but um, you know, you pivot through life, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we pivot, but you know, with the things that we really care about, I think we never really stop. And you know, this has been the biggest part of my life for several years at this point, and I could just never really stop.
Right.
I got to come back to it at some point, and here I am.
So I was gone. Did you talk about your medication and stuff like that or no?
I didn't. So that was kind of another big thing for me was you know, growing up with ADHD pretty much my entire life. Uh, I we always kind of tried different things and different uh, treatments that weren't necessarily like pharmaceutical. Like we, you know, we I kind of wanted to try to avoid that for a long time, but it got to a point where it just felt like it was hindering my life so severely, eh, to the point where like I was barely functioning. And I think I'd like to say that in a lot of ways, that is why
Got up and running successfully.
we never got up and running successfully, or we never stayed consistent. Is that like, you know, because w- there would be a lot of days where I wasn't motivated and I wasn't like I couldn't force myself to pick up the pen. You know, like I couldn't force myself, and like, you know, that may sound that may sound, you know, whatever to some people, but you know, it's just like when you're in that place, it, you can't really explain it, I think, to anybody else, unless you're like going through it, you know.
Yeah.
In a way that just like doesn't make you sound like lazy, right?
Well,
But
that's where we. I mean, since we're just leaving it out there, like that's where we butted heads a lot because like I would come home and things wouldn't be clean in the print area. Uh, Nothing was accomplished that day, and I'm like, what's going on here? You know what I mean? But because my work ethic's different, because I grew up different and I was built different. I've had to do things different than you, so
man's
it's
built
like I'm.
different.
But it's just like it didn't make sense to me. So like I would say our first 2 years was pretty productive. In the Immortal Collections / Mythic Legions community. When we were doing stuff with Jeremy, it was real exciting, and you were getting your dopamine hits from it and all that.
That's a big.
Um,
That's a big keyword. Is dopamine hits.
yeah, we learned all this ADHD talk now. So, um, but it's like, you know, we try to do a couple things on our own outside of Legion shop. I think you having somebody to answer or people needing your stuff forced you to produce, and also I forced you to produce because I'm like, we gotta keep this up.
We gotta keep
So
stuff going.
but then we had so much stuff in the works. We decided, okay, we'll start selling stuff.
Let's see who's in the
Uh,
chat. I actually haven't been looking at chat. Hello, Mythic Heathens Paintcast. How's it going?
Thanks for stopping by. We are Immortal Collections, and I'm Carlo, and that's Tristan.
Hello.
And if we've met you before, let us know. I don't know, all the names as far as like people's screen names on the different platforms, but um, we're here sculpting Onis today for a Cyber Oni project.
Yeah, we're
So,
getting back to our roots.
well, yeah, that's the thing. So, we started out doing a couple goblin heads, and then Tristan hit with this Oni head, and it seemed like a lot of people liked it. So then Tristan is really into uh, Asian mythology and anime,
Japanese culture and stuff
Japanese
like that.
culture. So like he gravitated straight to that, and I like sculpting monsters, of course.
I
Everybody
love
loves
sculpting
sculpting.
monsters.
Everybody loves sculpting monsters. Um, so now we're this little exercise we're doing because Legion's Con's coming up. We're going to try to have a couple different Cyber Oni heads. I've have like two of them I've started, but my deal is anytime we do a project or a
Oh, it's
thing.
hold on. It was Corey Schwarzenhofer.
Oh, Corey, what's up, bud? So
Wait,
you're
my camera fell.
a
Also, hi Tanya.
and Tanya. I hope we're not stepping on any of your paint things here. Thanks for stopping by, though. Um,
Put this over here.
hopefully,
It's more
hopefully
stable
we'll be
that
here
way.
for a while, so people can just jump in and jump off, as they come through for the day. The thing
Yeah,
is, on Saturday,
we appreciate you guys being here.
yeah, definitely. So, um, Corey, I still have the head you gave me at where was that at? That was at MuskyCon that one year, I believe so.
Musky
Uh,
Con.
yeah, we didn't get there this year because of vacation. I had to schedule a certain amount of vacations, but um, I found out a new hack that I was not aware of. I guess I can actually take sick days as vacation days because my partner just did it on the truck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like the reason because I ran out of vacation days while weren't able to do IshCon and we weren't able to do MuskyCon this year. So CarverCon coming up next year, we're gonna definitely be there. Um, so what we're doing, we're just gonna kind of jump all over the place here. We're not used to, not at all. We started at 9, and I'll be here for. Oh, thanks for being here, Tanya. We've been praying for you and hoping everything goes good. We have a bunch of ladies heads that we would like to eventually get to you. Part of these streams are kind of getting all that together. Since Tanya is here, I will let you know that we had a material issue that Jenny was trying to find. And I believe I found that material at Walmart the other day because Joanne Fabrics shut down, and Jenny's soft goods making has taken a serious hit from that because apparently they don't want people to sew anymore, or
Yep.
either that or enough people have stopped sewing, and it's such an obscure thing these days that there's not a market for fabric in America. So
You'd think you'd think there'd be somewhat of a market for it, with all these collectors. But
well,
I know. I guess
I mean, I think the wider thing is quilt makers. You know what I mean? I think
Yeah.
the wider thing is people aren't quilting, and then so you know they stop. Um, I remember going to Joann Fabrics with my mom as a kid, dreading it, and the funny thing is our kids dreaded it forever as well.
I
So,
think I even dreaded going to Joann
did,
Fabrics.
did you go to Joann Fabrics?
I probably tagged along every once in a while.
So,
Um,
go ahead, go ahead.
well, I wanted to say that just kind of bring back to what I'm doing here for a second is like you notice like I smoothed out a lot of my shapes from the original head. I moved things around and now I'm masking things out to kind of separate a lot of my like basic plating that I'd like to have.
Mm-hmm.
And this is all just kind of going on the fly. Like I'm kind of just like feeling out the piece as I go and as I do.
Right. What I'm doing is I'm taking your forms. I changed it around enough. Go ahead, go head on to yours so I can see if they look similar. Because that's the last thing I want. Is your mouth going to be open wide or closed in the
Um
end?
I might have it a bit more closed, and I'm not doing the same thing with the teeth that we've done in the past. I might not even actually like give him like typical teeth, except for like the ones that are sticking out.
I mean, that is pretty much what makes an oni, though, is the teeth. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I
So,
mean, I'm gonna give like an idea of teeth, but it might just be like a plate that like has like line breakage for teeth, right?
okay.
Other than the teeth that are again like sticking out, like the fangs, or like I'm still gonna give him fangs, but I just I want to change things up a little bit because I've seen a lot of different references where like they kind of change it and like they'll like some of them will give the fangs in the back, some of them will give the fangs in the front, some will do both, some will, you know. So it's like I'm just mixing and matching.
All right. I'm going to talk to Corey for a second here. So, um, I believe you also 3D sculpt. I know you paint, and I know you have your shop. Do you do 3D sculpting as well? Because if you do, one of the things I'd like to eventually do with this whole streaming, if we can keep this up, is to have other sculptors and or customizers on to kind of work on stuff live with us. Not necessarily our projects, but we could all just kind of work on almost like a how they got the customizing school studio. I think we have enough sculptors. We could actually have a sculpting studio where we just share screens and projects like that. So,
I think that would be awesome to have like other sculptors on and to kind of build a whole thing out of that because I feel like you have all these different mythic communities and whatnot, but you don't really have and all these shows, but you don't really have one for like I think the sculpting and the custom piece side, So it's like we could have sculptors, we could have some of the 3D printers on, we could have Anthony and like kind of see some of the stuff that he works on. And just you know, have him talk and chat with us, stuff like that, you know what I mean?
okay, he says he hasn't really got into so much of the sculpting. He tried to. So part of these streams also could be educational because, like, I mean, you look at this. I just bought an iPad, and the ZBrush program's $10. So even if you would like, people could hop on for a minute. Like Tristan, you have what, 15 years probably, 10 at least 10 years of sculpting, right?
Yeah, at least.
So like we could definitely
Um,
give some hints and pointers through the process. Like I was trying to get Noah Pratt to get an iPad so we could kind of get him sculpting because he's amazing in everything he does as well. He went the route of Jeremy Wilson, who is also an amazing sculptor, who I would love to have on the show as well. But I don't know if I've ever actually interacted with him. So, but yeah, there's a lot of great sculptors out there, and I don't feel like and I could be wrong. I mean, maybe it's just because of me. Like that, as far as the sculpting goes, like anybody has any type of like ego. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
glaring ego. Like everybody, could just be putting on faces and whatnot. But like, yeah, life is too short to be secretive about things. I think in this community, it's all about community. So it's like people people can jump on and chit chat, whatever.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
I think it's a cool idea. I wonder how many people would be interested in that.
Well, the thing
That
is
idea.
I'm gonna be here on Saturdays doing it anyway. So I think
Right.
anybody that would want to jump in, um,
I
and
can.
I do pick my next route, which I don't think there's any Saturday routes that go out on my next one. So I think this would be a good time to start something new. I know everybody's in like the grunt, like the crunch that's actually displaying at Legion's Con, so that this might not be a good time to just completely start something new. But
You use you use Nomad Sculpt. I've been thinking about getting into that in to a certain extent because I like some of the features in there with like the repeat mesh features that they have where you can like draw out a spline and like repeat the same mesh and make make like complex shapes that way. I think that's such a cool feature that I feel like ZBrush has never really done the best. And it's stuff like that that I feel like would be really cool. Hello, Euro Legions podcast.
hey, that would most likely be John, who I
Hey, we actually have 6 viewers in here
that
today.
hey, that is a record. That is a
That
record
is,
for
I
us.
think, a record
We have
for
definitely,
consecutive views.
especially because we haven't done it for months, right? But inconsistency is our forte.
Yeah. If anybody knows, I'm sure you said it's probably John. Yeah.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think he probably knows.
Yeah. So I mean, I've heard Rich on the podcast talk about us here and there, and I always tell you like, hey, they still remember us. They keep talking about where's our sculpts. He had to buy one of our sculpts off of Derek Stringer. Rich did because we never put it out. I think Derek's been our only consistent uh, customer for the last 2 years, and we really haven't put out too many new sculpts. So uh, here's to getting some sculpts out now. Um, so let's see. I use ZBrush also. Also, just need to renew. Yeah,
Hopefully my brain can function long enough to actually get a
consistency. Well,
consistent.
again, it's like it's something mental. I don't want to call an illness because I don't think you're ill, but like it is something to say where you just struggle with something and you can't see a way out. And like I've been like that with my art, and I put down my art for 3 years before, you know, um, my early 30s. Before you started going to college, like the only time I picked it up was to try to make like a video game project or something like that. And it's like,
All right,
you know,
see you around, Tanya.
thanks, Tanya. So, I put it down for a while and then I pick it back up, and life is like that. And you're in your 20s still, so like I've had multiple years of low productive lulls. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
I'm gonna bring this out a little bit.
so I'm just gonna talk about what I'm doing. I like now that we both can have a screen on. The thing with this Apple iPad is that you can kind of see me working with my hands doing what I'm doing. When I hit shift, this smooths. When I hit control, it masks. And when I double tap, it undoes things. So like you just see my hands doing all kinds of stuff. You might not know what's going on, but these are all hotkeys that I can use. But as far as this Oni goes, I'm trying to find the forms that Tristan had. Hey, zoom in on yours real quick so I can see what you did at this cheek area right here. Go to the 3/4, zoom in big for me. And I'm looking at it on a little phone. Okay, that's good. So, like, I'm trying to find shapes that you may have already made. And then I go in with the flatten tool because I want it to look metallic, which is always smooth. And the flatten tool will smooth it. So I'll try to, and I don't like that. So I'll actually build this up before I flatten it. But like, um, I'm gonna try to find different spots on this face to where you've already sculpted it in there, and it's not so much guesswork. I can just kind of go off. So
Yeah,
you,
I like the approach that you're taking, where you're not like you're actually using the forms that I built in the
right,
original one to like build your structure, whereas like I kind of just smoothed everything down to kind of rebuild it.
right,
And I feel like I kind of do that a lot, where it's like I can't see like the other thing, or like the other things that a piece could be. And it's like at a certain point, like I want to just kind of like redo it, completely.
yeah. But
Um, which
I
I mean,
get
like
you.
I don't think that I've done that like like super completely. I feel like I've kept a lot of like the basic shapes, and like I took the original form of the head and have just kind of turned it into something else.
Right. So yeah, I probably should have like with this stream. I pretty much did we talk about this like throughout the week that we were going to do this? I probably should have
A
done
bit.
it earlier and like told people we were doing it, but again, I'm not really a YouTuber and I'm not really I've stopped with the social media. As you stopped sculpting, I kind of just went inward and just started sculpting for my own. And there's a little bit about not having that pressure where I can just sit there and like do something for hours and then undo it and nobody knows how bad I messed up.
Well,
Especially with the hard surface stuff too, because the hard surface stuff, it's like I'll do something for an hour and it's not working out. So it's like I don't want to show people my struggling. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, and I think the other thing is like, um, I think for a long time, we kind of put a lot of pressure on ourselves to try and make something that the larger community would like and would want to would be
Bye.
interested in buying.
Yeah.
Where it's like and for me, alongside the struggles I had with focusing on like one thing for more than like a couple of weeks, I started to really just not enjoy doing it anymore. It's like like all a lot of the joy that I got out of sculpting and doing art in general was just like
Gone.
being
Yeah.
like
Sucked out of
sucked
you.
out of me. And I think a lot of artists kind of go through that at a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
It was just really hard. It was really hard to cope with at the time.
Right. So uh as far as hard surface things go, and these are just kind of things that I've been figuring out along the way. I tried not to so much um figure it out on my own. Obviously I went through and looked through tutorials of certain people, and their ways to do it vary so much. Like everybody's hard surface is different, but the pinch brush for me has transformed. The first Oni mask I did, we had that at Legion's Con 22. It was just a little clip-on mask I put on some other head. But like I tried to use the pinch brush and the smooth brush. I didn't understand how it all worked, and it worked to a point, but it wasn't the the end result that I wanted. That's when I was struggling with Z modeler and things like that. different tools in ZBrush. So I watched people use this H polish brush, which I still don't really have a good grasp on, but enough of a grasp where like enough smoothing, I can figure something out. So using the pinch brush, using the Z modeler, I still think is key to getting, for me at least, for getting good crisp lines.
Oh yeah, you still like you still have to use Z modeler to an extent.
Yeah,
Like it like even with that sword that I did, and I don't think anybody was in the stream when I showed that, but so maybe I'll go back and show that again here in a few. But like even with that, it's like I started doing that very similarly to like how I'm doing this right now. It's just like organic shapes that I'm kind of turning into like more geometric shapes, right? And I'm just doing that really with like, I mean, at this point, I'm really kind of just doing it with the mask tool and the Damien standard tool, which is like the cutting tool. You know, it creates this like crisp line in here for anybody who doesn't know. And you know, it's like you just build your shapes organically, and then once you have what you're looking for, well, then you go in and you either remesh it to be like, you know, better topology that you can move around,
topology.
or
Topology is the meshes created of faces, lines, and did I miss one? Edges. So topology is if I click this thing, this mess right here is even topology, and so it'll smooth very easily. But the more little
I don't think
squares
anybody
there,
can see it. I don't think anybody can see the topology in it.
yeah,
Can
see
you zoom
there
in
it is,
there really
way
close?
way low. So but the other thing is a lot of the hard surface guys remesh over and over and over, so the topology is always changing, but the forms stay the same. So it's always better to like have it where you want it here in case you ever need to go back, save that out, which I should save. Um, talking about saving, save as. Um,
And it's like you start by building your like basic shapes, and then or the shapes that you want, and then once you have all of that, you haven't really done all of the work to like on one particular panel, and then just to realize that like, oh, I don't like this. So it's like a lot of this is really just like freehand concepting, like this right here that I started to do on the eyebrows. Like I don't really know if I like this shape going on. Like I think it could probably use a little bit more work, so it's like I'm just going to go back and redo it.
And I
And
find with our sculpts, I think sometimes, and I just want to say with our sculpts, as artists in general, something's looking good, but we don't like it, so we go a different direction. Where Tristan, that right there, I would say before you go off on a different direction, save that version out. That's something that I always do. I always got like iterations of my sculpts to where like I could go back and change a few things. All of a sudden, it's a different sculpt. You know what I mean?
well, and I
Um,
think I think that's like also kind of where our brains work differently, because like I never think like if I look at something and I don't think it looks good, then I don't want to save it. You know what I mean?
Right. But a lot of times you look at my stuff and you're like, hey, can I get that? I'm like, yeah, but I'm not going to use it. So go ahead and use it, you
Right.
know? So it's
Yeah.
just like, I just find uh, when I'm watching people sculpt, a lot of times I see them redoing the same thing over. And in the end, the final thing they get to is not as good as what they had mid sculpt. And there's no way, I guess, in hindsight, you could look back on that, you know what I mean? But then
Hmm.
they've already undid and ruined the work, so they can't ever get back to that. So
I
that's
wouldn't. I
why,
don't know if I'd say ruin the work. It's just like,
I mean, I think people have ruined, not saying in their mind they think it's better, but I think objectively a larger audience might say, well, you should have kept it like that. Just like the Bob Ross paintings, and you know, back in the day, where it's like, what's he doing there? Why is he putting that black spot? You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It's like, and then he turns it into a tree, but like, I liked it better without the tree. Well, sometimes you can go back. You can save multiple digitally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Digitally, you can save multiple things. So, just talking about the planes. For these heads here, uh, I'm trying to look at the planes that Tristan already has in here, and then trying to flatten them off a little bit, and then seeing how that looks from different angles. And there might be a lot of back and forth as far as what the eventual shape is. I don't. I do draw, and I do pre think out these things sometimes. But this particular one, I'm just doing on the fly, and Tristan's doing on the fly. We always like to say it's like a practice thing. You know what I mean? As an exercise, not practice, but exercise.
Exercise and creativity.
Exercising creativity. Um, and also, Tristan's currently has reference up, right? You have things that you're looking at on a different monitor.
I looked up reference before the stream, but I really haven't looked at any of it. I'm really
Yeah.
just kind of going off the cuff.
So, and that's another thing where you don't ever really know how that's going to work out, because as artists, AI is a big thing now, and we feel as a team that everything's been done. I think that's why AI can spit out what it spits out, because it has references, it has human artists to go off of, and it can also make decisions now based on the track record of what has been out there. Like at first the AI was like everything looked like Batman and Iron Man mixed together, and then everything looked like the typical AI style because it was referencing itself. But
Yeah.
we're trying to stay clear of that as far as a creative, like, I draw because I want my things to exist. You know what I mean? I'm trying to
Mhm.
leave the world cooler from my viewpoint than what I found it. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people now are just like up in arms, whether it's over movies or music, and I can understand all that. And some of those things are more acceptable. Tristan, like your uncle Zach talked about in coding, like some coders are for it, some coders are against it, and it's just like the things here. But what we're trying to do is what we've loved to do, which is ZBrush, and the ability to create whatever you feel like, down to the last little freckle underneath the eye. You know what I mean? The last little
Yeah.
spike where you want it exactly. And who knows where it's gonna go. I've seen Cyber Onis already in you know AI. Like you said, I mean, I hope this stuff isn't AI, but like a
Oh,
lot
for
of times it
sure.
is.
But I mean, like, I mean, like even before AI, like cyber, like more futuristic Onis and Japanese theme stuff became really popular once like Cyberpunk came out, because that was really like kind of coded in that.
Yeah,
Um, so like there's plenty of reference for AI to go off of in that particular direction. Um, for me as an artist, it's like I look at AI and I think it's like, okay, yeah, that's it's gonna do what it's gonna do, and maybe it's gonna do it better than everybody, but I feel like for me, and I think I saw somebody post about this, and I thought it was really interesting, where it's like, AI is going to continue to pump out whatever you teach it. And I think, for the most part, real artists are the same way, where it's like they're gonna pump out what they see or what they've been taught to produce. But there is something I think really special in an artist putting down a line stroke and saying like, oh, like maybe that wasn't necessarily what I wanted, but I like it there. That's really like in your mind as the artist, something in particular stands out to you that maybe you didn't intend on and you just roll with it, you know?
Yeah, those are the happy accents we talk about.
Right. Yeah. Like
Cool, cool.
Bob Ross, I guess, said it best is the happy little accidents.
Was he heavy little accents too?
Yeah.
So, um, yeah, I just feel like, and again, with sculpting in general, um, I like I like treat it as though it's a sketchbook. Like I grew up with sketchbooks, sketching Spider-Man, sketching Batman. You know what I mean? And it's like this is an outlet for me. I don't do this professionally, so um, this is like my sketches that I get to share with people in 3D print format. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And whether or not I'm selling them, it's because we pretty much haven't been selling them for profit. Have
I
given
mean,
away
even
for
yeah,
2 years. Yeah,
I was gonna
God.
say even with the stuff that we have been selling, I feel like we give away more of it than we actually sell.
We 100% uh, operated a loss, I think, in the community. Um, if you count the resin that I've purchased, because we purchased the best resin for drops, right? I mean, there might be something better out there now, but we've been using anti-impact, and I've dropped things off tables and they've survived. Um, so it's like I take a hit on the resin, and then we take hits because I just give stuff away after the cons, really. So
But I think to that end, yeah, like we may not be the most successful business people in that regard, but at the end of the day, like, if more people get their hands on our stuff and like they like it, they find something to put it on or do with it, like, you know,
well, that's why I give so much stuff away, because my favorite thing in the whole community is to just be scrolling on the Cabal or Instagram and see our head pop up. You know what I mean?
right. Well,
Like,
and that's the thing, and it's like you have people like Derek Stringer that like continue to use our stuff, and like, when we go through the cabal and we see somebody's posted our thing, like, that just it just brings out a certain joy, I think,
for
because
sure.
people are appreciating the work that we do.
Yeah. And again, uh, I don't ever want to go over quantity over quality as well. So like I will spend way more time on a head, Tristan, than you do, right? My hyper focus.
I
So
know
like
that's
I'll sit there and I will just to do it. I mean, especially if someone would ask me to do it for like a commission or something like that. Like there's no way it would be worth the 50 to a $300 even. You know what I mean? For me to
Mhm.
do a commission, because I put 40 hours into the head sometimes, if not more. So it's like you, however, have tried to do this professionally. So what is your thoughts on acceptable time to put into, let's say, this head we're working on today? Like if this was a commission for somebody, because I know we've done heads early on for like $50, and then you're just like, man, I wish we had that head and I didn't give
Well,
it away. You know what I
well,
mean?
my thing, and I think I'm my philosophy on this has sort of evolved over time because especially since I started doing commissions and I started telling people my prices and like how much I charge for things. Like it's scared a lot of people off because this isn't a fast process, and like you said, and it's not a cheap process. I guess is an even bigger point. But lately I've been kind of feeling like, well, maybe I was overcharging, and not because my I don't think my work is not valuable or it's not worth charging those prices. But if nobody is seeking out your work, then um, or because of that, then your prices really kind of mean squat to the rest of the community. And I think maybe this like my evolution in my perspective in this is also kind of framed in like the fact that I have a job now, and it's like I don't really need to make that money, but at the same time, like having extra money come in, whether it's like $50 or $100, something like that, I think is a lot more valuable now than the like $200 to $400 I was charging for a single piece. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I told you from the beginning, that's where I was at with just let's just have, one head a month and maybe we make $50 off of it that month. That's still $50 that we just reprint, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
that's the whole business end of it. But it's just like uh
Hey,
I was okay with
real
just
quick. I just wanna say, if whoever is still in here watching, thanks for showing the support, and thanks for continuing to hang out with us.
yeah, I'm hoping to pause this process here and then go through some of the sculpts. I mean, I said reveal special. Like I have been going back and forth with whether or not to show our final, Oni body that I've been working on. So that's what I've been working on for the last month or so. Throughout the year, I have been plugging away at it here and there, but it's only really kind of came together, I would say, to where I'm thinking it's time to be able to show it because like I showed it early on and I definitely wasn't happy with the thing early on. Um, so as the stream keeps going, maybe over an hour in, yeah. Well, I'm not too far with this.
Yeah. Thanks for still being here with us, Corey.
Yeah. So and again,
Yeah.
we go back and forth because Corey, I know you're a printer. We go back and forth with like whether or not we open the STLs out, or not. And Tristan, you were talking about like, would it be nice just to have $50 here, $50 there? We got a printer, we sell like a couple heads, there that goes. Versus like, do we have somebody print our stuff up? You know what I mean? Do we just
Right.
want to be
Like,
completely hands off with production? Because I have kids and I've done the stuff in the house and I don't feel right about that. I feel like itchy about that because of the fumes. We have a garage where we do it now, but it has to be a certain temperature. So there's always something.
yeah, it really is. Really has just been a hassle, like through and through for us in particular. But I think that's just because, like, we're not, um, we haven't found the best ways
The
of
best
doing
setup.
it. Yeah, the
Hey
best
Tristan, what do
setup.
you think? What do you think about this jar right here? Do you think that's like cool?
Yeah, I think that's sick. Yeah, I think that's cool.
Okay. So yeah, in this little 4 hour and who knows? I mean, Tristan, if you want to keep going later on, I don't care. But like,
I mean,
we have a date. You have something to get to. You have a heart out, as they say.
yeah. Well, the thing is also with this new medication, uh, we talked about motivation and like attention, like it really has just been kind of a night and day difference for me in like being able to focus on one thing for an extended period of time. Like every day before work, I'm just plugging away at something, whether it's
Something.
like a sculpt or you know uh some people may have noticed like or some people may notice that like I've been drawing again, and I feel like I've been getting uh really good at it lately. And so it's like I'm able to diversify myself now, whereas like before, I had all of these things that I wanted to do, but like I just like it was kind of overload. It was overloading my brain, and it got to the point where I wasn't doing anything, you know.
Right.
So, uh, I definitely have come to see the value. I think, at least for myself, because I know that not everybody has the same experiences on these sort of things. But I've really valued, uh, what this medication has done for me, because it really has just made me more creative than ever.
That's great. Corey said he would love to paint these, buddy. I'm gonna send some to you when we get them printed out. For sure. If I don't get them to you by Legion's Con, I'll have some for you there for sure.
We'll definitely have them for you at Legion's Con.
That is the goal of all this. So, right now with this guy, like Tristan, if you look at mine, and yours is super small, and I can't see it on my phone. So if you look at mine, I'm gonna come down there in just a minute and look at yours. Um, this is where like I like to have you around. Like this is so much fun for me because like I can ask you where you think I should go with something and vice versa. And what you think. So if you look head on to your profile versus my profile, is yours a fatter head? Is yours just like a normal size
I think
head?
I think
Bro,
mine.
I'm getting Frieza vibes off of that right now.
Yeah.
With that big
Well,
ball in the middle of it.
what I wanna do with the ball, and like I know it kind of looks like Frieza. It's like I want to kind of turn that big ball into like the eye, right? I'm gonna have the eye kind of be a smaller piece, but it's gonna be on like one of those like rotating like ball things, and like I'm gonna have it look like it's on like a like kind of a rail where the eye itself can move and rotate in other directions.
I know we gotta stick a ball peg up in there, but it would be cool because we absolutely could make a pop out eye that you could just kind of like roll around like it's looking at different places.
Well, yeah, and like I could put a
A
I
sphere in
mean
there. But the
I
thing,
mean well no, like the peg itself doesn't have to go super high in there, and I could totally put a little peg, or like a little like pop out piece for this where like you can like rotate it and stuff like that to give it the effect like the eye is moving, you know.
okay, that's something. Um, so yeah, we just kind of freeform sculpting these things here. I'm gonna come down because I mentioned that I'm gonna come down. Let me see if I'm gonna turn my camera off for a second because I said we're gonna reveal something. So let me see if I can turn that off. Hopefully, it won't boot me out like it did the last time.
Uh, Here, I'll just focus on my.
Well, whatever. I'll let you know when I'm ready.
How do I take you out of the
No,
studio?
don't do that. Don't do that. Just leave me there like that.
Oh, remove from stage. Yeah, I'll just remove you from the stage real quick. Can you? Hello. Sorry.
You took me. You can't remove me from stage because then I can't talk.
My bad.
All right. So I have this in file form. So here is. Like, can you embiggen me, Tristan?
Yes. Hold on. Let me. Yeah, there you go.
Here we go. Reveal of the Oni head I've been working on for the last few weeks or months. This is our dragon Cyber Oni head. What do you think about this head, Tristan?
I love a lot of things in that. I definitely think that it is a massive improvement from the first head that you did,
Yeah.
and it has a lot of your style in it that I don't think I've seen in a lot of like a lot of um what would I say, uh like mainstream, I guess, like futuristic cyber stuff. I think I probably do something that's like more like what a lot of other people have done because like that's the stuff that I look at.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, with the way your mind works and like how you just like iterate and concept into things, like I feel like you've really come up with something that is definitely unique. Like your guy almost looks like Alien. Not like the Alien, but
Yeah.
um just like Alien. And I think it's busy in a lot of ways, and like you got like kind of like tubes and stuff coming out of different places, but I think it all comes together. Like it doesn't look like you jumbled a bunch of stuff together. Like it looks like you actually uh put conscious thought into like where you place things.
Yeah. Uh, Thanks there, Corey. The Mecha Godzilla meets Bowser. So I showed this to Perry, and he says, "Bro, are you making a tail for that? That's a Godzilla custom. That's a Mecha Godzilla." So it definitely reads as Mecha Godzilla, which is great. The funny thing is it didn't originally look like a dragon until like I'm like doing it. I'm like, yeah, that kind of looks dragony, right? So then this head was a completely different, well, not completely different, but I went a different direction with it. And then uh what happened was is I saw Godzilla kind of or a dragon in there sort of. So this is not the final version of it. The things that I did like about this head is I like the eyes that I did, and I'm hoping that when we just drop paint in there, that I've made those grooves deep enough that it'll just fill in with that yellow color. So I'll just paint the whole eye, red.
Yeah.
And then, because I did that on Perry's Fawn Goblin that we did. And so, yeah,
Yeah,
this
I
is going.
definitely like those eyes. You're gonna have to send me those.
Yeah, I said you like to say that. And as far as like the busyness, so like again, I don't want to say you go with the trends, but you are influenced. I said from the beginning with AI that we would probably be influenced by it, but I'm not going to copy it, right? So
Yeah.
like you've always said you need areas of rest in your sculptures, and I just always want to cram as much detail in as possible. So I hear what you say, and I do try to do that. And some of my sculpts that we're gonna have at Legion's Con this year, I do have areas of rest. But then I've also done versions of them, similar sculpts is just busy all over. So I feel like AI is busy. They just throw greebling in everywhere, which for me, again, coming from the Millennium Falcon, the Death Star, growing up seeing all that cool kit bashing that they did, and I got that ability now because the insert multi mesh brush, I can just throw cylinders in, and especially with alphas now, because with the alphas I can just say, well, this looks plain. What do I want to do here? Oh, we'll just 3D alpha that and raise up the eyebrow, right
Right.
here.
Well, when I talk about like areas of rest, it's like you look at like something like the Millennium Falcon, right? And it's like, yeah, they had like a lot of detailed greebling in like say like the sandwiched area, let's say where like the plates kind of sandwich down, and like that little like strip along the edge of it is like where you see all like the major greebling, and then like they have all the plates on top that give it those areas of rest, right?
Right.
Where and like sprinkled in there you may have a plate removed that shows like the exhaust fans in the back, or whatever those are, right?
Yeah. Right.
um and I think it's I'm gonna come back here
Come back where? Oh.
on screen.
Okay. There you
I
go.
think it's things like that show um like intention. Whereas
Yeah.
like if you just slap stuff on a piece, um, it can make it look, I think, really messy. And that's kind of what I've meant in that regard in the past. And I think that's hard for a lot of people. to figure out,
Yeah.
but I think
Did you say figure out?
I don't know.
I don't think you.
Leave me
I don't know.
alone. I don't know.
No,
Leave me alone.
maybe you did. Maybe I wanted to hear that.
No, I
Um,
probably did.
you got the little bit of Pittsburgh in you still,
Yeah.
which I got. Did you just lose volume? Talk again.
Hello.
Okay, no, you're good.
My
I
microphone is behind my monitor, so maybe
I
you
have
can.
a lot of Pittsburgh in me because we both went to college in Pittsburgh, and I do the bulk of my workday in Pittsburgh. So I'm always talking, and it's funny because the people, I don't know if I've mentioned this on stream, the people in Pittsburgh tell me that I sound like I'm from Cleveland, and the people in Cleveland tell me I sound like I'm from Pittsburgh. So there's a there's a
That's
bit
funny.
of well, I'm around it all the time, and I guess um I'm a mimic. I talk
I'm
like
kind
the
of the
people
same
I'm
way.
around. So
I mimic a lot of the like people around me,
yeah. Well,
and
like I said, I think you picked up a stutter off of when you went to college. You came back with a stutter. I'm like, I didn't notice a stutter before you went to college. Now, do
listen,
you
hold on, when I started my new job, it got worse because my supervisor
stutters?
has a really bad stutter,
Oh wow.
and it was hard to like listen to him talk sometimes, and I started to notice like at home I would
Stutter like him? Like you would
somewhat.
repeat his stutter?
Well, he the way his stutter worked is like he would get like stuck on a
Yeah,
part of
part of
part
the
of a
word.
word,
Yeah.
right? And he would repeat it like 4 or 5 times, and it kind of sounded like he was like in pain a little bit. Like it sounded like it kind of hurt.
Mhm.
Um, I when I went to college, I went uh and I had a couple of people in my class, or one person in particular who always sounded like he was out of breath, when he spoke. And I'm not trying to judge anybody through this. It's just like, when you see people interact and you interact with people, and like I said, like I'm kind of like a mimic for these things, and like unintentionally, like completely subconsciously, like I'll start to pick up on a lot of these things. And when that person spoke, I would start to feel out of breath, like just like listening to him speak. Like I was just
Oh
like,
yeah.
man, I feel like I need to take a breath, you
Yeah.
know?
Okay. Gotcha. Um yeah, so anyways, we're just talking about whatever we're gonna talk about. We have we just chit chat. I don't know. I don't know what if we. I mean, I do. I mean, this is my favorite thing to do with you, Tristan. Like these streams, and like I wish all the best for your computer. That it keeps going so that we can keep doing these.
Yeah,
Um,
I know we talked about not focusing so much on making money, but if I could make a few extra bucks to buy myself a new computer, that'd be great. If
well,
I could manage somehow to come across an extra 2K to buy myself
it's gonna
a
have
more
to.
updated
You're gonna
computer,
have to
because
resist that or that credit card urge.
this thing is 10 years old at this point. Literally, like actually I think it turned 10 this year.
Yeah, I worked with the Mac Pro. Is that what I had? Apple Mac. Well, iMac. It wasn't iMac.
I think it was the Mac. Yeah,
It was a
something
Mac
like
Pro,
Mac
right?
Pro, I
So
think.
like I worked with that until it told me that ZBrush was no longer compatible with this version of the recent version. So my Dropbox kicked me out because it was too old and I couldn't save on Dropbox. Then I lost all kinds of work. And this all happened real quick. Like as soon as it like uh stopped being able to save Dropbox, my computer crashed. So I lost again. This is like the third time I've lost years worth of work Your mom defragged my computer one time and somehow deleted everything. Upon graduating from college, I lost all my college work, and I had a lot of good things in there. So then that happened mid us producing for Legion Shop, I think. But you still had your stuff, which was the bulk of the stuff in Legion Shop anyway. But um, that was a. Now we have lots of saves and drop boxes and external hard drives
Yep.
and all that stuff. So
Yeah, we try to learn from our mistakes.
try. All right, I'm gonna come down and look at yours, so I can see what's going on with it.
Okay. I actually kind of want to build this shape out a little bit here. Just kind of separate this because I want to turn this into something. This little piece here, I want to turn that into something. Actually, I need to get some more water because my throat's getting a little dry doing all this talking. You know what? I kind of think it'd be cool to bring this out a little more because I haven't put the eyes in here yet because I kind of want to do something a bit different. Like I kind of want to just make them like another plate, kind of like you see in like I feel like you saw this in a lot of like Metal Gear stuff where like they'll have like plates over the eyes with like little like lights or little cameras or something.
Are you talking to me or are you just talking in general?
I'm just talking in general.
Okay. So we got a minute on that.
Oh yeah. Okay. We'll solo this guy out. Yeah, so everybody can see. Oops, that was a mistake.
Did you say that version off yet?
No.
Say that off.
Okay.
So the thing I like about what you're doing here is the paneling you're doing is like a softer paneling, which I don't know how this head would exactly fit on all the sharp detail that I did on the body. Because I feel like the body, which we'll show a little bit later, I feel like that is more of like a Silver Samurai from the Logan movie. Not the Logan, the Wolverine movie.
Yeah.
Second one. And like when I sculpted it, I didn't see it, right? So a lot of times we'll sculpt things and like, oh, this looks like that. Or that, because again, everything's been done, right? So I don't know, unless you crispen that up, how that's going to necessarily look on that. But it's a sweet head. You know what I mean?
Thanks.
I like it. I like where you're going. I don't want you to crispen it up because it's a different look. And that's the cool thing about the two of us is like, we're going to take the same thing in different directions. We started at the same point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like these, I would say, if you can keep big in mind.
Yeah. Well,
I would say they look different enough already. See, I still think that looks a little too much like the Mount Noni because so I haven't adjusted too many proportions, but it's definitely got, and obviously I'm going to put the tubes and I'm going to put the, cylinders and spikes.
Well, what I'm noticing with your thing is like I talked about like with my with my piece, like instead of putting like normal eyes in there, like putting like panels, like kind of like you've seen in like older Metal Gear games where like they'll have like panels over the eyes and it'll be like cameras or little lights or something.
Yeah, I did that with the first Cyber Oni head I did.
But
I put little tubes for eyes.
What I think is kind of cool with yours is like you could do like a little like strip or something, or like a little like light strip for yours because your eyes are like really thin right now. You
so it could just be like a like visor eyes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
I think that'd be
because every other one
cool.
has been eyeballs.
Yeah.
I think instead of one eye up top, since I'm just spitballing here, I might turn that into a 3, like a predator thing, but like upside down.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I know they're Onis, but there's no rules.
Yeah, I mean, there's really, I mean, there are a couple.
It could be a cyber head, is what I'm saying.
I think there are a couple of defining features
the tusks
with, yeah, like the tusks, the horns, things like that.
This looks your thing looks very I want to say Sun Wukong, but like maybe like a character that would be in that. It looks very west Eastern, very Eastern. Like you could have been an Eastern person sculpted. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It looks like it's from your own culture. Obviously, this isn't from your culture. This is from a different culture.
Yeah,
it seems like you could have been a sculptor from years ago, and that could be like a stone statue.
Well, I did spend a lot of time, I think,
entrenched
in that sort of genre, and you had a pretty heavy influence in that in my early years too, because when you were in martial arts and you were into a lot of the like Eastern culture designs. You made that clay dragon years ago,
which is the first time I ever used flip flop paint, and it was amazing.
And even like you even have your Taligator thing. That's that's pretty. I would say like pretty Eastern inspired.
Yeah. All right, well, I like where you're going with it. Let me see it from the side profile so I can see the amount that's sticking out. Okay. Yeah, that can still kind of rotate a little bit. With the ball and the peg still.
Yeah, and I think like the bulbous shape of it adds uniqueness to the form.
It changes your silhouette. There you go.
And you actually just kind of reminded me of something else I wanted to change on here. Or not change, but just bring out a little bit more. I see somebody else is watching. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for hanging out. I think another thing that we kind of forget with these streams, or need to start doing a better job remembering, is like acknowledging all of the people that are watching, or just how many people are watching. I think it's kind of hard sometimes when like you're in a conversation, you have like a certain flow going, and like you have to break it just to. I don't want to sound bad, but like just to acknowledge the people who are actually watching you. So once again, thanks for joining us and hanging out and seeing what we're doing, listening to us ramble on about whatever we're talking about. And that's kind of another thing, and I think that's why like I never really felt comfortable doing like videos, because at a certain point, like I feel almost like I'm not being like authentic with what we're talking about or what we're doing. It's like when you do like a recorded video, you add a certain inflection in your voice, and like you have to add like a certain entertaining like just I guess hype to your voice. And I feel like I was never
monotone, really but you don't want to be monotone.
Well, yeah, no, I mean for sure, like you don't want to be monotone, but I feel like I'm not naturally monotone. But I feel like whenever like I try to like do like something more scripted or like planned out, I don't know, like I feel like I almost become more monotone, or
fake. You feel fake. It feels
I think that's probably a better way of putting it. It's like it just feels fake, and I don't like coming off as fake.
Well, I do my eating videos on the internet, and I always put on the eating video Carlo voice. Hey, it's Carlo, but I'm like trying to do it to like talk to kids because all the
Well,
kids love it.
and that's like good and conducive for that type of content, I
I
think.
try to be funny, you know, act a certain way or whatever, and people probably think I'm acting like a weirdo, but
I mean, but it works though. It works for those videos, and
yeah.
I don't think anybody would criticize you for that either.
Oh, I've got criticism.
Well, I mean, you'll get criticism with it, whatever.
Whatever you do.
Yeah.
Well. Ooh. All right. So his head.
I'm gonna flare out this jaw a little bit more, like a lot more. That will kind of give me. And sometimes, like, I'll overlap things. Like, I'll overlap the geometry.
Right.
And like I know that like right now, like this overlap is causing some problems in here.
Yeah.
But you know, when I go to like remesh it or dynamesh it, or even just like smooth it out with the Sculptris Pro on, that doesn't always give me necessarily like the effect that I want. So, oops, I went too much. But like, you know, I want to have these overlapping shapes to show like the layer or like the layering of like how I want this stuff to be placed, you know.
All right. I gotcha.
And the nice thing about ZBrush is like you really don't have to be concerned about like overlapping geometry just because, you know, you can just remesh it in a way and it'll just take it out. Or it'll just fix the problem for you.
All right, Tristan. So this is something that I've been doing with the heads or the parts, right? I'll like take a square, and obviously this square is going to need some work, right? Because it's got a vein running through it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just do this to extract it rather than just running regular panel lines. I'll come over and find a shape and then mask it out like this. When you extract using the extract tool in ZBrush, I'm just talking about whoever watches. Like when you use the extract tool, you can either extract it with thickness or without thickness. And there's two different ways I've seen people extract it, with and without thickness. Tristan, do you have one way or another? Do you extract it with the thickness and then remesh it, or do you extract it flat and then remesh it? And
so that's actually a really good question. Because so what I'll do is I don't really know, I guess, like how to like extract it without any thickness. Like I feel like even if you did it flat, like it's still gonna have that double side on it.
right.
So what I'll do is I'll try to extract and try to find like a good distance that I like, and I'll accept it. I'll accept the extraction, and it'll turn into its own thing. And then I'll actually single out the
Polygroup.
the poly group on the top, and then delete everything else. So it's like, in a way, like yes, I guess you could say I do both. um, like I'll extract it with thickness and then delete the thickness on it, so it'll be like a flat plate, and
Okay.
then I'll remesh the plate, and then re recreate the thickness in that. Okay. Like I'll remesh it so that it's better topology, because if you a lot of times when you remesh, and again I'm just talking to people watching, a lot of times when you extract a mesh and you try to remesh it, it will create what it thinks or where it thinks the hard lines are. And sometimes it doesn't always do a very good job. Like even if like you have it creased and you tell it to acknowledge the creases, it really kind of won't do a very good job. So, that's why like I'll just delete everything else so I have the flat plate and then remesh that to where it's actually good geometry. And even if there's a problem there, I can go into Z Modeler and fix the geometry where it's needed and not have to worry about like the backside of it, right? I can just worry about like one panel, like one like flat panel, and then once that's done, then I'll thicken it out and create the actual plate that I want. And that's
Okay.
what I've done in the past.
Okay, because all I was trying to get at was that I have seen people do that without thickness, and I don't know how they do that. So that's why I asked you if you may have known.
Yeah, well, that's how I do that.
Yeah, I pretty much do the same thing. So, and I'm actually going to do that here in just a minute. So here's my shape, right? This looks like an F. I don't know why it looks like an F. It looks like an F. So we'll go to extract, and it's set to 0.2. That should give me just a little bit of an extraction, and then if I rotate it, it goes away, right? So maybe I'll look at it this angle and see how maybe I'll move it up. It seemed like it's a little. I think it defaults to 0.5. And that's too thick. That's too thick for a panel. But it actually isn't if you're doing the way Tristan said to do it. So I will go ahead and do that because I'll be able to show the different poly groups that way. So there's the F. And if you can see, the bottom's a little wonky and the top's a little wonky. So I'm going to accept this extrusion. And there's double, there's T-corner, and then there's border. Do you know what those do, Tristan?
Are you in the extraction menu?
Yeah, I'm gonna hit. No, I don't know what that did.
I think double, it just creates a double-sided surface. Although I feel like when you extract something, it already comes with it.
Let me try this. I'm gonna put extraction to 0.
Corner quads to T-corner is corner quads to tries. So
all right, so here, check this out. So it did, I believe, give me a single-sided geometry when I set it at 0. So
do you have double on?
I don't know.
Maybe turn off double.
I don't think I had double on.
Well, if you don't have double on, then it is two-sided geometry.
All right. Well, hold on.
Because it would look
you wouldn't see the backside.
You wouldn't see the backside. Here,
I got you right. Okay, so this is the next thing that you said. So then you can go in, right, and I can select the purple poly group. That's what the purple is.
Yeah.
All right. And it's not doing it. Oh, it's probably masked. Okay, so I accepted that purple poly group, and now I can split it. Is this what you said you did? You split it?
Or split or delete hidden.
Split hidden. So now there's the outside one.
You just delete.
Yeah. So then there's that one.
Using.
And then there's the purple one. I don't want the purple one. We delete that. Okay. So here we are.
Real quick, hold on. So I found with the extraction, T-corner says when T-corner is pressed, the resulting extracted mesh will allow triangles to be used on any corner. So basically, instead of quads
around a quad corner, you might get
a triangle.
Right. Well, okay. Yeah. So this is me now trying to get this into a more a better shape that I like. Okay. And that's this. And so from here, now there's a couple different ways you can do this now too. So you can go straight to Z remesher, right? And I can go to say half, and I can say I want it to maybe detect edges and hit remesh. And hopefully it doesn't crash, but okay, so it remeshed it. So then it changes the topology that we've been talking about into a more, I'm going to do this a couple times, into a more usable. I'm going to do half of that. And if I hit like this, you see it changing, right? I'm going to move this over. So I'm going to go to remesh it again. Now, when you do that, you get it down really thin like this, right? So
Yeah.
This is
I'll even take it. I'll take it down as low as I
further than
possibly
this.
can.
So, but the problem is right now I have good corners that I can massage. If I hit it again, all right, that's better. See the lower,
Well,
like this is this. So this
well,
turns it.
at a certain point, if you feel like you're starting to lose definition, like right there, right where
Yeah.
that thing is starting to split, you can go back, right? So like undo that, and then take that, and then just start deleting poly loops that you don't want, right?
Okay.
So instead of remeshing it to the point where you're destroying it, get yourself to a decent spot, and then just remove all of the unnecessary geometry that you don't want. And then once you feel like you need some of that geometry back, you can bring it back, and then you just move it into the position that you want it.
See this right here. This is where I feel home. This is my box modeler initial training, right? So
Right.
like
Well,
I'm seeing this.
and once you really start to figure out how to utilize Z modeler, I feel like you can kind of come back to that box modeling mindset, you know.
Yeah. Well, I haven't even went to Z modeler yet, but even okay, so like this for example, like we talk about we just want this to be straight. Like these polygons aren't necessary right here. So I'll go through with delete face. And I love Z modeler on the iPad. It has changed it has made it usable for me, actually.
Well, I think that's how a lot of people feel about it, actually, because the Z. I will admit, Z modeler, like in base desktop ZBrush,
Still
has
not great.
always just been really, really bad, like really bad. So I'm glad that they actually took the time to rework it and turn it into a usable feature in ZBrush, because it is. I feel like even before that, like it's always been a really powerful feature. It's so convoluted and hard to actually use that like nobody wants to use it, you know.
And I mean obviously I also feel they need to do a better job at retopology. I know you can do it, but it's not great for retopology yet.
Yeah, I would agree.
There's better ways. There's better ways.
Although like I kind of like the way you can retopologize it in it a little bit, but I definitely think that it could be better. Like being able to place each point individually and then have them like all come together. Like I actually kind of like that method of doing it.
So okay.
I feel more in control.
I feel you. So
But
this is close to like the topology I would get if I just went through and you know did it. The other things you can do with the Z model tool, like you were talking about, is we can go to the edges, right? And we can bevel edges where I need it beveled. So let's see if I bevel that. That's giving me a better. Can I move that? Yeah, I'm getting more used to it, basically. You know what I mean?
You know,
So
and that really is just kind of the thing. You really just have to kind of struggle with it until it starts to make sense. That's how a lot of things in ZBrush are. You just struggle with it until it makes sense.
oh, the trim dynamic brush, the edge polish brush. That's all difficult. I have a random line out here. I don't know if that's a face.
Yeah, trim dynamic has always been a bit weird. Like I think I can use it. I just don't really like to. Like I can't I don't really get smooth lines with it. I really just kind of get like it's it turns what looks like a metal panel into like something that you hit with a hammer,
Oh,
right?
okay, that's what
Like
that
a
does. I do have
well
a
no that's just how it feels for me.
okay.
I don't think that's the intended result you're supposed to get from that.
Gotcha. So, at this point, do you know how to keep the borders and then smooth the middle? Is there
Uh,
if I can freeze this border and somehow
well
smooth
it
it?
well
There's
if
one of the
you
smooth brushes, smooth groups intersection.
smoothing at base will keep your corner or will keep your edges like in place, right?
What? Regular
Yeah,
smooth?
yeah, just regular smooth. It
Oh my
won't even affect
goodness.
your it won't even
How,
affect your edges.
how many years I've been doing this? No, there's something going on there though.
It's if you so in some corners it will affect it for some reason. Um, but for the most part, if you want to actually smooth the corners, you have to use the smooth cloth brush.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Learn some. That's why these streams are so important, Tristan, because you teach me stuff and I can teach you stuff. Like the mask region button that you had no idea existed.
Yeah.
Which it doesn't do it as well as I wish it would because when I do
You're gonna have to show me how that worked again.
well, okay, I'll do it later. But if you pick the pen up, so let's say you're like you mask around a circle, right? But you don't fully draw the circle and you pick the pen up and you got to go back in and then you want to make it thicker.
Mm,
It won't mask inside that. It has to be one continuous stroke line. So you can't just like mask in what's not masked in, if that makes any sense.
okay.
Like it sees, yeah, I don't know. It's finicky, like everything. All right, so I'm just going to extract this now. So I put this work in here for a little panel. I probably could have done it a little bit easier, a little bit different, whatever, but it matches up for the most part to the head here. It's going in here. So I'm going to see if I can pull that out a little bit so it kind of is above the head. But I got the sharp, uh, but then you got to kind of like
I think I'm gonna Dynamesh again.
always do this. Always just a back and forth with it to make it look good from every angle. All right, so I have it there. I'm gonna go back to the modeler. I'm going to Q mesh it from the face. We're gonna do all polygons. I'm going to Q mesh it out. So I'll pick the Q mesh it out. And this right here should give me, nope, didn't do all polygons. Q mesh all polygons.
Also, one thing that I'm doing is
All right,
sorry,
so
need
hold
to
on. So
stretch.
I got something going on in here.
What you got?
I got an extra point or something. I thought I seen it earlier. I don't know where it's at. And this is the stuff that's no good for stream. Like I have a line here, like a double line, and I don't know how to find my thing.
What do you
So
mean a double line?
well, I don't know. If I zoom in super, like there's a line below and then the normal line on top. So there's like 2 points here somehow, or two faces. So the best thing that I can do
Huh.
on these would just be go to the Z modeler and delete face until I find whatever the
Yeah.
issue is.
I
And then
mean,
again,
you could just delete those two faces,
yeah,
and
that's what I'm
then
doing. but I think I would set to all polygons. Yeah, see it? There it is.
Oh wow,
It's just a random little thing. I never would have found
that's
that. And is it the whole length of it? I don't think it is.
no, it doesn't look like it. It looks like he just deleted it. That's crazy. That's
It's
wild.
little things like that it'll stick you for like 45 minutes. Like, why can't I get this thing?
That's
You know what I
wild.
mean?
Yeah.
So
No, I've had those. I hate that.
I've had it to the point where I've scrapped projects because I can't figure.
Oh my
You know what?
gosh.
I'm just going to spend 3 hours doing. I mean, it's not been that far into the project, but that's the thing. Like, I want to spend 3 hours trying to figure it out, just in case it happens on something. You know. All right.
Yeah.
And the other thing with these edges is I can't select, and this is a gripe on Z Modeler. I can't accept these three edges and just extrude them up. Like I can select faces, right, with holding Alt if I wanted to, but I can't select the edges.
Mhm.
So I think Q meshing. Can I Q mesh an edge? This is why organic stuff is so much easier
Right.
for me because I don't got to worry about this. Organics is just like sculpt, sculpt, sculpt. I'm having fun.
Sculpt, sculpt, sculpt. I'm having fun.
Now it's like struggle, struggle, struggle. It's not going the way I want it to go.
Here, real quick, I'm gonna save this out, and I want to show again the thing that
Yeah, that's good. We're about 2 hours
I
in.
started working on.
The sword.
Or
And we
yeah,
can talk about it.
yeah,
Is that what you're talking about?
yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'll bring this up because I just finished it yesterday.
And we could print it today if we want, right?
Absolutely. Well, I gotta
Support it. And you're leaving. So yeah.
well, I gotta remesh it all together and all that. I'm not leaving until 4, so I have time. Do you have off tomorrow? I forget.
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow.
Okay, I need you to help me change my oil.
We can do that.
I also may need help with buying the oil.
I'll say that on stream.
Sorry.
Mm.
So yeah, this is what I've been working on. This is what I showed the other day, just kind of where I was at with this. You know, just all this mechanical stuff that I had going, and a lot of that started in the same place as what I'm doing right now. Is just like, you know, building basic forms, like all this, like these like these panels that I just highlighted. I started off as like, you know, still like squares, but like I was way more organic with it. I think I wasn't really worried about the topology of it, or like the geometry, making sure that it was clean or anything like that. And
Okay, so let's just talk about my idea. So like I did a very simple sketch of what I wanted. I said I wanted two blades. I wanted it to be energy blades, and I needed to use your original handle that you sculpted for your what was it, Tengu sword,
yeah, it was the Tengu sword.
right? Which is another thing we never produced.
Yeah.
So you
Hello,
had
wholesome warlock. Thanks for
Jordan. Thanks for stopping by.
hanging out.
Purple Gang. Very cool. I just caught your guys Friday video. I didn't get to watch all of it, but I know you guys did that on Fridays. Somehow I missed that. But we've had a busy summer, so I haven't caught too many of your shows. But I was on the one the other weekend. The kids like to watch movies at that time, and then I feel like if I have you in my ear on the headphones while they're watching a movie, I'm somewhat shorting them. So, but I always watch you guys on the replays when I'm on the truck. So they definitely fill the long nights with laughs. And yeah, we are doing Oni projects. Tristan's on his sword. Tristan and Big in your sword there.
Yeah.
I seen you
Right.
commented, Jordan. I seen you commented on the purple hat. I said, yeah, they might like that if I give him a little purple hat. He was looking a little too much like uh Gandalf when it was gray or others, so I put it in purple. But I thought that wizard kind of looked like Saruman a little bit too much. I tried to not make him look like Gandalf, and then it looked like Saruman. So that's one of the heads we're gonna bring too. We'll bring that up here in a minute.
Yeah.
But this sword, yeah, we talked about
Kind of hard to fit it all on
the whole sword on there.
screen at once and like still have it be big.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, so the blade. So we're thinking about printing this whole thing up in clear, transparent resin. I know a lot of guys have done swords like that, but this is going to be ogre scale. So my hope is that it holds up under the weight of the sword. But yeah, those going to be energy sword. Now, whether we can get this accomplished or not, I'd like to have the blades light up. So me and Tristan went back and forth with the thickness of kind of the knot blade part there. So maybe I could put one of those little I think they're arrowhead lights or fishing lure lights. They're like little tubes that we could slide in the back, and then that would shoot the light up both of those beams. That's kind of why he's got those coils there as well. So I can't find the ones I bought for that exact purpose, so I got to order them off eBay. But all we'd have to do, Tristan, right, is just boolean a cylinder into the back of that hilt, right? So we
Yeah,
could slide
essentially.
those up.
As long as I know the right
The
dimensions.
diameter of it,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, so those will be cool. I don't know if we print them in clear and then let the lights do the coloring, or if you print them in, green if it's going to be green, or red if it's going to be red, whatever it is. The first ones will be opaque, right? Solid.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so did the lightning on there. We talked about doing the lightning as like an add-on effect, right, Tristan?
Yeah. We talked about doing like attachable pieces that or like an attachable piece that like you could have like lightning flaring off. Yeah, I just haven't gotten to that.
It'd be cool. It'd be cool if you could do like a lightning strike out of it. Obviously, it couldn't support the weight of it though.
Let me see if I
So-
can render this real quick. Maybe that'll show up a little better in some
Yeah,
ways.
that's kind of why. Can you just color the blade green so you can like see the blade different than the hilt? Like just throw.
Yeah, I could do that.
And then wasn't that hilt in color anyway? Did you turn the color off of the hilt? Because I swear I seen like red threads.
Yeah. Well, I was playing around with different materials, and
Oh, okay.
yeah, I was playing around with some materials, and it kind of became a little bit of a mess. So
Okay.
I turned off a lot of that
you can at
stuff.
least color the blade green so they can
Let
see
me
the different.
try like recoloring the blade a little bit. Okay. Oh, yeah, it came out with its. So I had a reflective material on it, so maybe that'll even show
Yeah, you
up
can
even
see
better.
it. Yeah, you can see it. The differences of it. Is the So yeah, so you sculpted, and that's the thing we just talked about today. The energy effects you have there, hopefully those little points will stay intact when it prints.
I
But
feel like it should.
if it doesn't, we can adjust them. That's why we do test prints. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but and again, you put like electricity, lightning bolts or whatever into the energy. I really like how that blade came out. It would be so cool if like we could get that in glow in the dark. Like if somehow, because I have that glow in the dark like plastic. Like if we could do like a sandwich mold and then just put that glow in the dark beads in there, melt them down,
Yeah.
and then that blade could just kind of slot. Do you think you could get that blade to slot into those cylinders? Like build
Well,
a groove? Is it thick enough for that or no?
I don't know if they'd be thick enough to just slot into like the coils, but if I printed off the coils and like that with it, I think yeah, like you could totally slot that in there. And that's kind of what I was trying to like tell you the other day, where it was like if I made these into like two different pieces, we could make like all of this and the hilt like its own piece, and then like the blade itself and the coils with it could be like the translucent piece. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, first I think we should just print it up solid, and then if you want to spend the time, doing that for however you think you can run with it, like as long as we have resin to do the test prints and figure it out. I
Yeah.
mean, worst case, it's opaque, right? Or just we print it all out of the translucent
I actually,
resin.
I actually had these bits. I put a gold material on these bits. In fact, I'll just show off like kind
Hey, do
of
me a favor, make the blade purple.
make the blade. Okay.
Blade purple. Can we get a purple energy Oni blade? Ooh, that's
That actually
nice.
looks really good like that.
Yeah, and we could do the lightning. Like if we did if we did the little lightnings in like a magenta, like I could go in with a fine line and just kind of paint that in because it's there. It's there if you really try. I just don't know if it's going to show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's tight. And I like on this we didn't totally go completely cyber through the whole thing. So you have the regular hilt and then the dragon head on the end of it that you did.
Yeah. Actually, I wanna change these back real quick to something a bit more. Yeah. Okay, so you can see that a little bit better, and then go back over here, do the same thing.
So how long did this sword take you start to finish? You said through the week. Man, that is looking so good in chrome. Yeah,
Thanks.
bud.
Yeah, this. I mean, it took me like 2 weeks to do. It really didn't even take me that long. Uh,
I wish just ZBrush had a light bloom material so that, like everything's got a light bloom material
yeah.
on it. Like you can even do it with text on some programs. I don't know why they can't just make that a glowy blade for us real quick.
Hold on. Let
But
me render. Let me render this out real quick. See how it.
so yeah, one of our Jordan, I don't know if you caught it, but one of the other Tristan, you want to go to my screen real quick? One of the other
Yeah.
reveals we've already shown is the dragon headed Cyber Oni. So
Your
everybody's saying this
screen's
looks
a
like
little pixelated, but
yeah.
thinking.
Well, I think the actual image is a little pixelated. So, but yeah, we're gonna do these are our big project we've been working on. I've been doing this and a couple other things like it for like 2-3 months. I was gonna do it live, but then Tristan dropped off uh, for a long time. Cyber Oni, yeah. Thanks, buddy. And of course, we're gonna make one in purple. All right. So listen here. My favorite paint is this shimmery purple. Tristan, you know the paint I always show you. It's like a Createx paint, and like I've been looking
Yeah.
all over for it, and it is my absolute favorite purple. And I can't remember if I put it on one of the little spider onis we did um before or not, but yeah, I'm definitely like all the plating's gonna be purple on that one. So there we go. All right, so we'll kick that guy off the screen. So today, me and Tristan is just kind of coming up with a couple more heads, and maybe we'll get something usable, maybe not. But we're just kind of sculpting, trying to get back into it because
Yeah.
Tristan says he's back, so here we are. Computer
Yeah.
is fixed, attention span is on point, and here we go.
Yeah. Sorry. To those who are or to those who just joined, but yeah, I took a bit of a hiatus, and I had to get some life stuff together, had to get my mind right, and yeah, I think I'm back and I'm better than ever. Like, again, I really can't iterate enough just like how much my attention and focus has improved over these last few weeks.
It was your limit. You said, "I hope this is like a limitless pill." Your limitless pill.
My limitless pill.
Which it seems like, hey, as long as
I
you're
mean,
sculpting again, it's working for me. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
yeah, of course I want you to feel good, but like, yeah, keep it up. Keep it up.
Well, it's not just like the fact that I'm sculpting again. It's the fact that I'm like actually enjoying it, and
Yeah, I know.
I'm getting inspired by it. Like it, like the enjoyment, yeah. But like I'm actually like inspired, and I'm having good ideas, and I'm not just like sitting there with like a blank screen, not knowing like what I want to do.
Okay. Absolutely. Talking about knowing what to do. So like, everybody still asks about those spider-legged Legion's Con 22 prints, which again we never
Never produced like
never
everything else we
produced. Like,
make.
yeah. So, what if we combine that with some Oni stuff? You know what I mean? Like, what if we have four-legged Oni?
You know,
Spider-Oni.
you know, playing playing the new like Black Myth Wukong game, I saw that there were some creatures uh or some like spirit creatures in that had like four legs, and they looked like kind of Oni like, you know.
That's fine.
Um so like I want to look more into those guys and check them out, and yeah, like maybe we could do like a cyber version of those things. And I know it's like more Chinese, but like there's a lot of inspiration.
A lot of crossovers.
Well, yeah,
Chinese
there's a
dragons
lot
and
of
Japanese
crossover.
dragons, they have different toes and a couple other different differences. You know what I mean?
And even Goku is just some Wukong.
Right. Um. So, oh, back to that project. So we talked about getting that waist piece together because the one you had, and I was thinking about that today. So like the one you had, it's like we're strategizing for our Legion's Con Live.
Well, I've also actually been thinking about that the past couple of days
So
since I finished the sword.
right, because that's the next thing on here, other than this
Yeah.
thing we're starting today, right? But
Yeah.
like, I think it won't bend and they won't break if they are just the balls and then not that much of the shaft. You know what I mean? The shaft.
Well, so
Because it was a four pronged connector piece,
yeah,
right?
well, so my thoughts on that, and I kind of want to, hey, yeah, he is kind of giving some Frieza vibes. Carlo was saying that earlier, that he kind of looked like Frieza.
Yeah, just don't paint the ball purple. You'll be all right. Well, that's like that one vampire that I made. I'm like, I just made Hordak. You know what I mean? You're like, it looks like, yeah, I can't release this. I just basically sculpted Hordak.
He's purple. I made it purple.
Oh, there you go. You got to because Jordan's here, right?
Yeah. Um. Wow. He actually, dude, Frieza Oni, dude. I'm kind of.
Dude, I seen that.
Really?
Dude, I've seen Dragon Ball like Oni'd up, and hey, you know what? Von Berg did the Star Wars mixy, so you can do your Frieza mixy.
He said, honestly, I'd love to make a Frieza tribute out of it. Goes so hard.
Oh yeah. Well,
Um.
we have little 3 foot. That's one of my next reveal is the 3-toed foot.
Oh yeah.
Let me bring that up, Joe. Hold on, I'll show you. Take me off stream for a second because I gotta go dig through files to find it.
Okay. Just look at me for a second. Yeah. Let's get some night heads with Goku haircuts. Yeah. But talking about the four-legged thing, I do kind of want to make it a bit more detailed, a bit more. I guess like I want to make it a bigger part of the piece than what it initially was, and I think part of doing that is figuring out how to give it extra support at the bottom, because like we had that problem of it just kind of bowing and kind of just like weighing down on itself. I think we wouldn't have that problem if it was a bit bulkier, like if the bottom was or if that piece was a bit thicker, like a thicker piece of resin.
Yeah.
And I think I could achieve that pretty easily if I just like kind of meched it up. And so I've been looking at a lot of like spider mech like inspiration designs.
Yeah.
And just kind of trying to figure out how I would approach that. I'm still thinking about it, but I'm noticing that a lot of designs seem like they kind of like angle. They have like an angled down piece, like kind of leg piece, somewhat, that I feel like would add kind of more support in the way of like how like when it weighs it down it angles up. Well, if it was already angled down, then and there was enough support and weight around it, I feel like we wouldn't have that issue at all, actually.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to, because I just want it to be, well, they're going to be thick enough, but that I could run a support nail through it, basically, because I think that is the way they're not going to break. Like that is the most solid, like an inner skeleton, basically, because the resin by itself is a little bendy or a little brittle, but the only part that's broken on that resin has been the crotch pieces when they've taken shelf dives.
Well,
You
but,
know,
but what I'm saying is I think it gets bendy like that because like it was just like a tube, right? It was just like a little cylinder that like a cross cylinder that I put two or like balls on the end of, and there wasn't enough material around that to
to make it
keep it
thicker.
from bending. So it's like if I add like a bunch of like mechy stuff around it to like make it super thick, like you're not going to have that issue because there's enough material around it to where you're just not going to have that issue.
All right, bring my screen up. I got the next reveal
Here it is. Here it
on
is.
board. Make it big.
Okay,
So
yeah.
this is my Cyber Oni foot, and this is a bunch of primitive shapes. I got gears in it. I would love to like print this up real size and make all these gears work, and like be able to print it up in like little sections like that and whatnot. But
Yeah, it'd be
yeah,
cool.
the things that I'm a little nervous about on this one is all this negative space in here and how all those things are going to print, and if there's going to be any voids inside of the parts that'll make them explode. But this panel is something I did kind of quick and easy, and these are like alphas, but I've used it all over the thing, and it gives it a sense of cohesiveness in it. Can I take the screenshot like this? Let's see.
So that's gonna be perfect for Ox Crew.
Oh, I know, I know.
I need
I'm
that to
just
come out already.
no. I think they said it's on the water.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, we're ready to go. We're
Heck
ready to
yeah,
go with
dude.
those parts.
I've
So yeah. So
been
the
waiting for those for a long time.
PowerCon 23, I think. Anyway, yeah. So there's that. That's the next. I'm gonna do a render on it. So yeah, it's pretty fun. I'm getting the hang of this whole. I've been trying to treat these Onis like they're made of car parts, because that's what the mechanical stuff that I know. So like everything's a gear. It feels like they could be like a starter or a shock or something in there. I know like a lot of people do like Tristan, go back to your guy. Your guy has a more organic cyber feel to it versus like this, and that's what I'm wondering how those two will match with each other. But
I'm actually starting to mess with the nose a bit more.
okay.
Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of like modern like future tech stuff is really just like a bunch of panels. And like,
It's organic, but then they just panel it, right?
Right. Well, the one thing that I really wanted to do is like you notice like I have some breaks in the panels. I want to have some like under under mechanical stuff like poking out, showing through just the soft panels.
Okay, I got you.
I think that would be really cool. And honestly, now that it's been thrown out there, I think I'm kind of into the idea of turning this into like a Oni Frieza tribute thing.
Yeah, I mean it's right there. I mean, all you get. I mean, put some Oni teeth on it, and you're good. Just deck it out after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to get back to this guy now. So we have 2 reveals. We did the head and the foot. Um, I've done other things other than the Onis as well. We'll get. Well, I don't know if we're doing this a couple weeks. Maybe every week we'll review. About 4. What if I do? No, I don't want to do 4 of those. Undo that and duplicate it. Now I'm going to mirror and weld that.
Said yes.
I think I might do something crazy and put like a gun right coming out of his forehead or something like that. What was that game we used to play?
Rengoku.
Rengoku.
Yep. I think about that game still semi regularly.
Do you have it still? What
I
was
have
it for?
it was for the PSP, and I have the first game, and more recently I bought the second game.
Hmm.
They made a second one. And yeah, I love that game. I thought the designs in that game were really cool, especially because some of them had like literally like revolvers on their heads.
Yeah, I'm about to give it a Rengoku revolver then.
I thought that was awesome.
So I got something weird happening here.
What's that?
Split mass points. So I have these two spheres here. And I'll figure it out. I can't really talk. I gotta think about it. I know the answer. I just have to force my brain to remember how to do it.
I'm kind of running into like a different issue where it's like I'm trying to make these panels and I'm trying to like separate them.
It was
Distinctly.
It was perspective. I thought they were different heights, and like I kept mirroring it over and over, and it was just a perspective issue. Like for a millisecond, I thought about that, and I'm like, oh, maybe it's just.
I'm gonna mask this out here.
Yeah. So what do you think about if we do this regularly? If we have different guests on, like we talked about, either sculptors or customizers, or.
I think
like,
that'd be great. I think it would be nice to sort of get the because that section of the community together and like have something.
Yeah.
That because like I feel like again like you don't really see that portion of the community like come together and
everybody's off doing their own things.
Yeah.
Which we're friendly with a lot of people, So
oh yeah,
it's
I don't
not
think there's anybody that we're not friendly with. All
right, here you go.
In some regard.
Here you go. Look at my guy. You think I should make these bigger, like that? You think I should keep them short? You think they should be high? You think they should be low?
I think I kind of like.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think they should maybe be a bit smaller, but not too small.
That would be the eyeball. That would be the eyeball size. You know what I mean?
Okay. I think keeping it about eyeball size would probably be all right. I don't think there's anything.
You said maybe smaller though. Like maybe
maybe smaller. Maybe smaller, but still big enough to where it's not going to get lost in the rest of the detail.
Okay.
Because I think if you make it too small, it could get
lost.
I
feel like the one eyes on my first Cyber Oni kind of got lost. So, and I do want to get back. Like I want to go back into that now that I've
some warlocks said high and short gang.
High and short gang. He likes it high and short. Yeah. He wants them high on the head.
Yeah, and short.
Hey, I'll take suggestions for sure.
Yeah, having other perspectives is not a bad thing.
I gotta shrink this tube down. Where is it? Yeah, I feel like on these streams, I feel like at times I really liked doing it from scratch because I felt like, they see it from the beginning. But then there's also that we don't get to the cool part when we do it that way. You know what I mean? I have to update it later.
Right.
So this way, doing it like we already started with something cool. You know what I mean? So then
we just turned it into something else cool.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to do the little gun coming out of the forehead here. So from here, I'm going to go to insert. And this is where it feels like I'm almost cheating because like there's so many primitives in here, like a gun barrel. They actually have IMM gun. So like there are files that ZBrush provides that you can just scroll through and find the thing that you want. Like
I think
it's here, like that right there. Like it's a detail ad. I don't know if that works. Now, real quick, let me ask you a question, and then I'll let you get back to it. So when you put an insert multi-mesh tool, there's a way to switch that out just by like clicking the next tool to see which one you like. Do you know how to do that?
Yeah, you make sure that So bring out your little transpose widget.
Transpose?
Yeah, the little widget. Just turn it on. Just turn on your
Gizmo 3D?
yeah. Sorry, your Gizmo. Sorry, I forgot the name of it.
Okay. Okay, did it.
Yeah,
Thank
there
you,
you go.
Tristan.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry, I forgot the name of it.
No, I'm like, dude, don't tell me to go transpose. I avoided that like the plague when I even had to use it.
No, what I was gonna say. What was I gonna say? What were we talking about before you did that?
I don't remember.
Shoot, it was important.
We can't rewind because we're live. All right, I'm just gonna leave that in there for now. The thing about this is like I do like the fact that after you put that in there, you can then adjust it because it masks everything else out. And then sometimes it's weird because like you think you got it right in the middle, and then it's not. So
Yeah. Oh shoot, I just realized that there were some parts of this that weren't very symmetrical.
to your mesh,
Yeah.
to your head.
Ooh. Yeah, that's not good. Okay. Yeah. Kind of crazy when you do that. And
There we go. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what Jordan says. Short and high. Now, what do we want to do? We want to take a torus knot. No, a ring. I'm gonna rotate that. A lot of this hard surface stuff is really just primitives, right? Like you said the other day. It's just primitives.
that's what I wanted to say. Sorry.
What?
I think like taking primitives is cool. And like most of them like with that sword, I used a lot of primitives on that. And some of them I just kept like just as is, you know. But there were a lot of them that I took the geometry of the primitive that we got or that they give you in some of these like IMM packs, and I just tweaked it. I just edited it, you know, because it's
Mm-hmm.
like it's for the most part it's kind of what I want, but it's not doing what I want it to do, right? Like there was like a little vent that I put on the like edge of I guess we'll say the barrel, right? Of like where the blade comes out. And I wanted it to kind of follow this specific line that I had sculpted in, but it didn't do that out the gate. So I had to modify that mesh to align with that panel line that I did.
Okay.
And you know, for like other things, you know, it's like I'll cut in other edge loops, bevel. Like I beveled out certain things, or um, you know, just kind of create the shapes that I want. So it's like I don't think it's necessarily cheating to use these things. Um, you know, I think you know they give them to us for a reason, but it's even better when you can take those things and modify them to be the specific thing that you want.
Yeah, for sure. I just, have always, you know, I mean, I've been doing this for 20 years, on and off. So like, I come from the days where I had to model every single little thing, and it's been hard to get away from that.
Yeah.
Um, so that's why say it still feels like cheating.
No, I get it. I totally get it. I mean, I wouldn't say like I came from that, but like at a certain point, you know, in college, you know, I feel like there was a certain atmosphere of
If you
like
don't
some
do it
things,
all,
yeah, like if you don't do it all or if you don't do it yourself, like it is cheating or something like that. But even in like a professional industry setting, like
anything
a lot of
goes.
times they don't really care.
Just get it done.
yeah, you just need to get the job done.
I like this metal color. I don't know if I've used this one before.
That was pretty good.
What were we were talking about something that brought up my new thing that I have to do. I have to do an airbrush project. And like right in the middle of Legion's Con stuff now. I haven't done an airbrush project. But when you were talking about how you weren't motivated to do the thing, right? Like I took airbrush projects for the last 20 years because I needed the extra couple bucks. And part of me becoming a truck driver was it freed my art up to be my art and not I got to do somebody's bug guard or t-shirt. But anyways, my buddy asked me to do a t-shirt for him. So like that's another thing I have to do currently.
Wait,
It's
who?
going to Tony asked me to do. Now listen, I want to do it because he just survived a heart transplant.
Oh shoot.
So yeah, so like
Yeah.
it's my pleasure to do it for him, and it's for a good cause. It's for somebody. It's not for himself, but yeah, I just have been so out of airbrushing for so long. Like I'm so out of airbrush. The last time I picked an airbrush up was for the troll heads that we did for Legion Shop, and when I did it, I was like, I can't believe I'm picking this thing back up. I can't. So whenever I do these whenever I do these Legion's Con things, I tend to not use the airbrush. And even though I'm like looking at Eric Miller's work for all those years, straight airbrush, I'm like, oh, that looks so good. And I could do that if I just would pick it back up.
Well, I think we're some of the paint jobs that I did, like I feel like I was able to achieve like a really smooth look with just like glazing like the
Yeah.
paint, like I feel like in those percent, like I would use the airbrush normally, but I feel like in those moments like I didn't have to, and it was kind of cool figuring out like a new technique to achieve something that you normally probably do some a different way.
Yeah. Now what happened here? Well, anyway, so yeah, I have an airbrush project to do in the middle of trying to get ready for Legion's Con now, and I'm just thankful I got all Perry's stuff printed up for his table. Which, if anybody is excited at what Perry's gonna have, he's been letting his stuff out, so I don't think he's been keeping too much quiet.
Van came in the chat and said, Tristan, let me see one of them Frieza heads.
Let me get one of them for sure, Van, for sure.
I'm now just kind of
You're just gonna lean into it, right? Now you're just gonna
I'm just leaning into it now.
That's what we usually do. Usually start out with something like, oh, I think one thing you made into a Dragon Ball. That was your second thing you've turned into a Dragon Ball thing.
Yeah, check it out.
Oh, there you go.
The one was like a Piccolo.
Yeah.
Character.
What was it supposed to be? I don't even remember what that was supposed to
be. Oh my gosh. Okay. He said, I'm glad Tristan agreed, otherwise I was gonna have to DM Bilal.
Yeah.
Okay.
You summoned him because after all that dude, you bump into him at the grocery store?
No, he was at Halloween.
You summoned the Bilal.
Yeah.
With your little videos.
That Halloween shop. I don't think he saw me. He didn't even. I didn't.
You ducked him. You ducked her.
Yeah. I don't think he saw me, but yeah, that was.
We finished the bottle.
We play until the game. we have to go until the bottle's empty. That guy was crazy.
Yeah, bud, for sure. I'm having fun and I'm getting distracted. These teeth are not supposed to be this color. I don't know why they're this color. And this head's not supposed to be that color. Let me get back to.
I do want to give him horns. Like that's kind of what I'm saving this little piece for. I'm gonna have like horns coming out the side of his head.
If you just
like,
put some Oni like face tusks in there, you might not even need to do horns up top. Really. You know what you could do to that ball in the middle too is you can do like a alpha, like a 3D alpha or something, and like import some like mechanical like rings into
well,
it.
yeah, I'm gonna have some panels in that and some like rotatey things.
Rotatey, that's the technical terms, right?
Yeah, for sure. I do kind of want to build more.
So we've been going. Oh my goodness, we're almost at 3 hours now.
Hey, time flies when you're having fun.
I'm gonna do the little eye thing you told me to do now. I'm just gonna do it with a box. And then
What was the eye thing?
you said a flat like visor eye.
Oh yeah.
I'll make them red or purple since we got the gang in the house. Fill object. And fill object. Probably should have just initialized it smaller. How often do you use the initialize, Tristan?
Never.
Never.
I don't think I've ever used it. I
Just,
can't even actually remember what the initialize is.
You make a cube and then you can tell it how many edges are in it.
Oh, I do that a different way.
Huh.
I do that a bit differently.
Fair enough.
So if you wanna look at my screen real quick.
Yeah.
So like I'll like import a box. Here I'll make mine bigger real quick. So like I'll import a box. And then I have the box, show the topology. And then if I hit the little gear on the gizmo tool,
yeah,
they have primitives that you can just click on. And then you can just create in real time how much topology you want.
Fancy.
You see that?
Good for you. Thanks for showing me.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I didn't use them. I didn't use that forever, like any of those gear, because that was like another menu I didn't want to memorize, right?
Well, check.
The bend tool has completely changed my workflow because I'm gonna do it right now with this
Well,
with
here,
this
real quick, check it out. So, you go into like this primitive, well, you can go into a sphere, do the same thing if you want like a sphere like this, right? Like that doesn't have
hole at the top,
everything connecting to like an engon.
Mm-hmm.
You can do it that way, where it's all quads, or you can do it like a Z-sphere like this, right? And you have everything connected, but what you can do is you can move this and it'll actually turn it into like a half sphere. Or
yeah, that's cool. I'll mess around with that eventually.
Yeah. Ones here you could do cylinder, where you can either have it be a solid cylinder, or you can build a hole in it.
Okay.
Stuff like that. That's really cool stuff.
Sweet. I I'm going accept timing mesh. You're still on you. I'm gonna show what I'm doing here.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Okay, so this is a we talked about doing a cylinder or a visor
Here.
for the guy.
Real quick, I'm gonna solo on you. I'm gonna go get some water real quick.
Yeah, I filled it up and I ain't getting none of it. All right, so here's my thing. We're gonna do an eyeball, and I'm going to accept that. I bent this with the bend arc, and accept that. That just makes it kind of bendy. All right. Tristan said just do it flat like it's a visor. Another thing that I could do in here, because it's a visor, I think I could also do like we did before with these insert meshes, and there is one of them in here that's like a bunch of I've used it in this project already, but it's like a bunch of that. Ooh, that's gonna be so cool. Okay, so this is like the hexagon pattern, and I might need Tristan for this because I don't know what I'm selected on. Because I was on the bent thing. Okay, let me undo. Okay, I am on the bent thing. I'm going to undo that back to that. Okay. So now I'm going to draw that on. And that's going to cut those into it like that. I'm going to make them bigger because they're going to be tiny. I'll make them bigger like that. And then put in like that. Now if I go to, I got to separate. I hope that's all one piece. But gonna try to cut those hexagons into the eye pattern. I don't know if they'll show up. It's gonna be super small, but it's just an exercise to see if it'll work. So we're gonna get a split to similar parts. And hopefully that doesn't make a million little squares. Okay, so now this I can tell it to subtract from the purple thing. Subtract. And does that work? Yeah, it does work. This is one of those like, thanks for walking away, Tristan. I did something. Now I got to think about it. So they're in there. If I hide the head, wow, this would be so cool if I could figure it out. Okay, you're back, right? I heard you cough, Tristan. You back? Maybe I just raise it up. Maybe I just do it like that. I think I'm overcomplicating it. Gonna take that off. We're gonna make this shorter.
All right.
So I tried to boolean this honeycomb pattern into the eyeball.
Okay.
And it's, do I have to put them into the folder and then boolean the folder if I just want these two things to boolean into each other?
I
think
no, the one just has to be underneath the other.
Yeah, but I want it to make its own mesh. So like it's affecting the other stuff as well.
Well, you just put all that stuff underneath the boolean. So put the things that you don't want to be affected underneath the boolean.
Right.
And all the stuff you want to be affected above the boolean.
Okay, so I only have one thing above the boolean. So if I hit boolean mesh, it'll take those two objects.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna do that, then I would solo out I would hide everything that you don't want to be affected. Like if you're gonna Boolean it right now, then hide everything then that you don't want to be in the Boolean, because whether it's being affected by the Boolean or not, the Boolean is going to Boolean everything that's visible on the screen.
All right, so there's where I'm at. That's kind of what I wanted to have happen. So now I should be able to hit the Boolean button.
Mhm.
I think I could have just thrown it in a folder.
I mean, you didn't have to like Boolean it right there. Like you could have just left it.
No, I do because I want to bend it now.
Oh,
So it has
okay.
to be Boolean before I can bend it. So
Okay.
now I can go in to the bend arc and give it a slight like that. But
Actually, this might
what's happening?
be a good time. Good use for the pinch brush. I don't actually. You know, you talked about how you use the pinch brush all the time. I never use the pinch brush.
It can get wavy. You got to pinch it and you got to smooth it. And you got to pinch it and you got to smooth it. And then you got to use H polish around the edges if it gets wonky. It's one of those like lots of trial and error things.
Yeah, I don't think I like this right now.
I don't like this live.
I don't think I want to do that right now.
Yeah, definitely slow. Like there's definitely things that we can do fast, and this is not happening fast. Turn that off.
Yeah, some of the processes
Are boring or
yeah,
super boring for people to watch.
Can be a bit slow.
Let me plus it down here.
It's just like going into these lines and just readjusting them ever so slightly to act in the manner that you want it to. Like, yeah, that's not the most enjoyable thing to watch, I would imagine.
I mean, I have sat with people sculpt. Like I've sat and watched the sculpting, and that's why that's what we do. But it bores me. Like, so it's like, why do I think anybody would watch our stuff? Because I don't like watching that stuff. But that's what we're doing. So
yeah. You know, I think I'm actually going to throw a couple of primitives in here now, because there's some things that I want to add in here.
you're well. Can you see my thing? What do you think about that for eyes at the moment?
That's pretty cool, but I would bend them more to like go in the little
Yeah, I'm gonna get there. That's just I just want to see if you thought the texture was all right. If should I make them bigger so you can see them more?
probably, yeah. It looks fine. I think it looks fine.
He's got some honeycomb sunglasses on.
I actually like using these primitives a lot.
Yeah, but I've watched people sculpting streams because like it is like on the truck. Oh man, that's rough though. When I'm on the truck, I'm watching them because it's slow like this. You know what I mean? And they usually do it by themselves, so there's nobody to bounce off of. So like when it gets slow, it gets slow.
Right. Actually, no, I want to use the bend arc. That's what I want to use. Oh, but I
See what my battery life is. I'm at 62% about my phone. It doesn't tell me. The phone's always fixable. I just plug that back in if it falls out. So I started this stream, right? Because the kids are always sleeping.
Now they're awake.
I think they're all up. Yeah, this could be a little tricky. Because I kind of want the eyes up here, further up. Kind of like that. Just gonna select the head now. I'll just move the head around the eyes rather than move the eyes around the head. Oh, something happened there.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay. So now I'll go to the Z modeler, put a little insert line here.
Why are you making those eyes purple?
No, that's just the color that.
Oh, okay.
That's just the color that they came out in. I didn't really intend on making them purple. Carlo, give him a gummy smile with like 1 or 2 teeth. Van said that.
Okay. Will that read Oni? I'll do it.
I mean, yeah, I think he's just saying like, you need some teeth.
But you have one of those smiles. That was the original smile that was on this thing. I think it's working. Like that. That kind of makes it. It's kind of getting a dwarfish look to it. Let me get that back to where it was supposed to be. Yeah, we have a little gummy smile right there.
Bring these out a little bit.
Let's split. Mass points. On close holes.
Crease. Dynamic. I don't want to crease all this.
That's another thing. We have these don't have to be all metal or all organic. There's always a in between there.
Yeah.
Mm.
Actually getting some effects that I didn't initially intend on. Gum smile.
No, don't do that. Oh, just talking to ZBrush. Don't do that to me. Let's give him my something like that. Okay. Yeah, something that Tristan doesn't do that I end up doing quite a bit is I like to work in color. But
I've gotten
like,
better at it
I
somewhat.
mean, it's not something you either gotta get better or not. It's just your preference. But like, I like being able to separate and get a feel of it.
Well, I think there is a certain value in doing things in color because it gives you a certain perspective that you don't necessarily get.
Right. I mean, you colored that thing purple, and all of a sudden, even if you didn't see Frieza, Jordan did, and now it's just a Frieza head because that's like the Hordak thing that I did. I was like, oh, it's Hordak. I
Yeah.
probably shouldn't take Hordak to PowerCon.
It's like you start doing things in color and you realize you start seeing things in it that weren't there before.
Yep. So I backed the Legends of Ramian Kickstarter, and I got the air the what was his name, the Cornboy one. Maybe the guys could help me. I don't want to say it's like Cornmaeus or something. It was something. Rackamaze is the. There we go. I finally figured it out.
Okay.
Rackamaze was the guy, and it's a Beast Man. And I'm like, ooh, Beast Man.
Ooh, Beastman.
We're gonna get it. Maybe if I could do. I don't know about my guy. If anything, I like the gumminess
Hmm.
the most.
Oh yeah.
Let's see if we color the teeth in real quick. Yeah, like I treat this like a coloring book. I treat this like a sketchbook. Let's see if we can go back to fill object with that. No, don't do that. Material, fill material. So my gummy smiles locked in. I'm going to spin it. Nope. Gotta duplicate it. Now I can spin it. Nope. Did you duplicate?
No, wait, hold on. I want to go back to this. Scrolling through all these different primitives to see which one I want to use.
See, as soon as I go back into the organic part of the sculpt, I'm like, yeah, this is normal for me. This is fine.
Yeah.
All right. I think the top of the head is lacking in cyberness. But I don't have to see, and there's if I give it organic teeth, then it doesn't need to be really all metal, right? So
Yeah.
I can go back in and say, well, okay, that's fine. I will cut this off right here and make the top of the head organic. Anytime I hard surface a goblin head or a Oni head. I just see Green Goblin from
Yeah.
Raimi Spider-Man. Shoot, the Green Goblin probably had. That's probably why I did this. It's probably why I went with his honeycomb. He probably had a honeycomb in his costume. All right, let's make some big changes. Let's save that out.
I always love when you get to the point where you're like, all right, this is looking good so far. Let's do something crazy.
Let's make it look completely different.
Let's go a little wild with it. Speaking of wild.
So what I can do is I can around that. I can mask all this off. Mask that off. Going to split masked points. I just have the face. I'm going to dynamesh it. Bring that back. Dynamesh that. That's the thing. Like, if you don't see it, if you don't see what you want, just keep going. You'll eventually get there.
Yeah.
New to Mythics is on. Schmerber's show, Tristan.
What's that?
I said Schmerber's show's on. New to Mythics.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're just gonna lumpy this dude up. I hid so many things. I don't know what all I still have. There's a ton. I have other parts. Let's see what else I can import from my cyber files. I feel like we should. Do you have anything else to show? Do you want to show your fish guy, or you think he's not ready yet? Are you too involved?
The sculpt. The sculpt is not really ready, and in some ways, I'm probably gonna redo a lot of stuff just because, like, I like the way he looks, but I feel like he doesn't really look like my concepts. I think the concepts that I have are. I think the concepts that I've been drawing is closer to how I actually want him to look. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I think the thing that I started sculpting just isn't really that. I think
is that something you could turn into Allegiance head then? If it's not exactly what you want?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, I could do that.
I'll give him some different spikes.
Plus, I think I have. Do I have that file on here? That might just be on the iPad.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, he's on the iPad. A lot of this other stuff was stuff I did for commission.
These spikes came in huge. Well, they came in huge because I have them scaled for the mythic. See, ZBrush is all out of scale. Like anytime you bring a new file into something.
Yeah. Well, even that sword somehow got like really out of scale. I was like, I don't know how that happened. So I had to scale it up.
Move these over down here. Split mass points. I can make them like a Triceratops Oni.
Dude, that'd be sick.
Do you see him with 3 horns? I don't know.
I mean, I don't think it really matters how many horns they have.
As long as they're horny. Oh, he's a rhino Oni. Look at that. I could give him a big old rhino.
Oh, dude, that'd be sick. I'm into that.
Sure, why not? Okay, getting quiet because I'm getting creative.
Yep. That's the other like caveat of just like watching art streams like this. It's like when the artist starts to get in like a flow state, you just stop talking.
All right, check this out, Tristan. So I have it here. You can see the nose. I did a little bit robots. The robot nose would be down here.
Honestly, I think it'd be kind of cool if you just like completely replace the nose with that tusk. Like, is that too out there? Is that too out there? I mean, I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know. Listen, the tusk is here. So let me do a couple things. I definitely liked it up top. I have no problem with it, like right here. Because I got the chin going kind of like the moon shape and like a moon chin. And that's the opposite direction. All right, let me turn the rest of the stuff on, see how it all looks together. Instead of the gun, I gotta. Do I put the hair back on him? Yeah, it just turns him back into a mountain Oni. All right, so this is where I use your original sculpt. Since we're gonna go not completely robotic with this one. Is yours would you consider yours purely robotic?
Yeah, for the most part.
I already got one of those, so it's okay to have one that's not. Why is my mirror not working?
What do you think of what I'm doing with the mouth here?
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna.
It almost looks like an Olmec head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it almost looks like a Frieza head, and it looks like.
because Frieza has like pronounced lips. I thought it'd be kind of cool if like. Or wait, hold on. So yeah, like that. See?
Okay. I'm digging it. Rock Maze. Yeah. Rock Maze is sweet. Those are big too. They're like over 7 inches. They're like bigger than brute scale.
Oh wow.
He's got some crazy designs. If he gets the wave like if he gets the later waves, he's got one with like 10 heads and like 20 arms. Something like that.
Whoa.
He made a custom with it. And it was sweet. He says it stands up. Also,
It sounds sweet.
it's not giving me my split mast parts option for some reason. Yeah, I'm glad I found this glove. The last glove I did on these streams was a beat up work glove that I just cut the fingers off of. I feel cool. I told you these gloves were lame, but like when you drag your finger across it, it like undoes and does all kinds of stuff that you don't want it to do.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm confused here because it's not giving me my split mass points option on this head. Is that because it's got subdivisions on it?
Yeah. Well, so no, you
yeah,
don't
that's
have
what
to
it is.
delete. You don't have to delete the subdivisions. You just have to turn them down to the lowest subdivision.
Well, I want to keep the hair, so it did it for me. Just like always, I ask you the question and then I figure it out.
Yep. You're welcome.
Thank you. Go back in here. Got to split hidden. Delete that.
I need to do something to this chin, but I don't know what I want to do with it.
I don't see too much wrong with it. You know, with that lip like that, it almost looks jokery as well.
Yeah.
Joker-y.
With that top lip, I was kind of thinking about like the shape is somewhat reminiscent of like Iron Man a little bit. Except
Yeah, I
I
see
gave
it.
him like a lip.
Okay, so I've reused this hair on 2 different sculpts. I don't want to reuse it again, but I think I could use it as a stand-in. Because I used this hair on what? I used the hair on the Jin, maybe?
I don't know.
I got it pulled up in more of a top bun. A top knot. No. Can I pull these out? I guess hair's just hair though, right?
Yeah.
It kind of looks the same. I'll turn off symmetry because I always bust people for too much symmetry. Definitely in hair. You definitely don't want your hair to be symmetrical.
It just looks weird when you do symmetry. When you make that symmetrical.
Yeah, I got you. Got something else. Actually, I'm glad I did this because I think I came up with something that I haven't done before.
What's that?
You see it? It's like flaring out in the back.
Oh yeah. Huh.
So it's almost like some crazy,
He looks nuts, dude.
crazy clown hair almost. Hair is the least fun thing for me to do sculpting, I'd say.
Oh yeah.
It takes a while. I over nitpick it. I just don't enjoy it. But you gotta have it.
Understandable. And yeah, you kind of do. I think for me, I don't know. I kind of go either way with hair. Like, it can be annoying, sure, but also, yeah, like it is kind of necessary.
You know, I can just do a plate behind the head too. You know what I mean? Like I can just leave it there.
Yeah.
You see that? You think this is not going anywhere where I thought it would go?
Nah, not even remotely. I can just move this back here. Oop, oop, oop.
Okay, so I'm like this
Not like that.
shiny chrome.
How you guys liking the stream?
Is anybody? There's only there's 2 of them in here still.
Yeah.
We can get back in the swing. We can get back in the swing of things.
Do you guys have any comments or suggestions of things that you'd like us to talk about or things that you'd like to know? Please let us know. Okay. Now we're starting to get somewhere again. If I just dynamesh that again. It's all just becomes solid. Love that.
It's almost got Oni Albert Einstein here. My God.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
I like these two. Maybe make that one more brownish.
Oh shoot. I kind of messed up a little. Oh well. Ain't nothing but a thing. Actually just smooth this out and then recard that.
Make these the purple.
It's kind of crazy how easy it is sometimes.
To do what?
To just like reform a shape that like maybe kind of got like messed up originally.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, dang it.
All right. I'm going to import some more tech pieces. Uh-oh, this one's big. Hope it don't crash. Hopefully I saved it. All right, I'm gonna show another picture. Yeah,
Okay.
minimize me, Tristan, so I don't show all my files.
Okay. Here's. Yeah, let's do that for now.
Okay, bring it back up. This is not this is not the current final one we are at, but this is the torso and shoulder pad combo. You know, enlarging that, son.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
So these are just kind of blurry pictures. The thing is, I can't hold. There's so much detail in these. I can't hold the whole file at once. So this is the chest piece. This chest piece is going to be removable. I'd like to eventually get the chest to light up, and by doing that, I'm going to put a hole in the chest and then have that in there. But these shoulder pads will actually work just like the Mythic Legion's shoulder pads. This is kind of like part of the thing. These are the regular Mythic Legion. These will be the regular Mythic Legion's legs. I probably won't have these on there because they'll be under a skirt. I have a skirt piece to go with it. But here are the shins that I have, and I'm still working on this arm. I'm not sure if I really super like that or not. But I have a bicep like plate that I'm just gonna like glue on to both biceps. So this will all be hinging like normal, and then this bicep won't move, so that'll stay put. So I have all these separately, so this will be interchangeable, or I could smash them into one, and then yeah, this is the one that looks like when I showed this to Perry, he says, "Oh, that's like Godzilla." I said, "Yeah, sure is." I'd like to make a tail eventually. That'd be cool, but I don't know if that's going to happen before Legion's gone. But hopefully, it all prints out with no problem.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's always the thing, ain't it?
Hopefully, I can get everything and I don't run out of resin and my printer don't break and blah, 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 blah. All right. Back to so I think with this Oni head, it'd be cool, Tristan, if I did like splotchy, like boils and stuff on his head too.
Mike V, that's me. What we got cooking?
We're on some Onis today. We're gonna do Cyber Onis for Legion's Con, and I just kind of showed some of my other sculpts that we're gonna be bringing. So we're gonna have this guy. He's like a dragon Oni. So eventually, hopefully, these heads we're working on today will get up to this quality. I'm doing cyber pieces, kind of for the arrival of Ox Crew, kind of for just I've been wanting to do these cyber Onis for a few years. Tristan's came back along and his computer's working, so he's gonna be contributing. Tristan, you want to bring up your sword real quick to
Yeah.
show?
Yeah, let me just save this real quick.
Do you have a? Oh, you have a. I thought you might have just had a picture or something.
Yeah, but you know, it's I
That's me.
like to bring up the file so that you can get a good look at it.
All right. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out whether we want to do a half tech Oni head and a half like flesh Oni head. If this is just going to be like a metal mask he's wearing, I'm not sure how all these will go, but I have a bunch of different cyber ideas here, so we're just trying to figure out which ones fit the best. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it.
It just takes a second. Takes a second to load in.
So like your horns, I'm just debating whether I go with the same horns. They gotta look different. I gotta have a different deal with them. I don't want to cut them off completely, but let's minimize them. All right, so I imported a cyber plate. I'm gonna go ahead and try to bring that over here. Why is it a star?
All right.
Something wrong with the
Yeah,
import.
here we go. All right, I'm full screen this for a second. This is something I've been working on the last 2 weeks. It's
a sword to go with that cyber set.
Yeah, Cyber Oni sword. It's supposed to be like an energy, like electric energy blade on it. You know, I've been telling Carlo, I've been more vocal lately about the fact that, like, you know, outside of the four-legged like spider alien that I did, I don't really have a ton of experience doing hard surface. So like doing a prop like this, where I was able to just kind of like greeble it up, do a bunch of like techie things on it, and seemingly I think it all looks like it kind of came together in a way that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I always bust you when I don't like it, and I didn't have to do that this time. I thought you nailed it. I mean, it was my concept, it was my idea, and you pretty much nailed it right off the bat.
I think I took a little bit of inspiration from Final Fantasy with some of the ornate designs.
Well, for a while there, it was just looking like a Buster sword.
Yeah, but I think it definitely has its own flavor to it now.
Yeah, for sure.
Can't wait to print it up.
Like
Pretty much ready to go.
If you could just do an automatic support on it tonight.
Now you wanted this to be ogre scale, because I have this at like 1.0 scale.
We're gonna have it for both. And I mean this head is at 1.0 scale, right?
Yeah, I mean pretty much.
Yeah. So I mean we'll do them all, but all the scales. Ideally, we'll do them both. Ideally, we'll do an ogre scale and a 1.0 scale because again, people don't really customize a lot of ogre stuff. I think we're like one of the few.
Yeah. This was a really fun piece to work on, though. I really enjoyed it.
Split mass points.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to. Nope.
So I got these. I got a tech tube I need to import. Tech tube and coupler. That's the one. Okay, that's good. I'll be able to kind of go over how I do the use that new bend tool option that you showed me, Tristan.
Oh, full screen you?
Well, I'm not there yet, but you can, I guess. So I'm going to import this tube. I don't know where it's at. I don't know how small it is. It's not that bad. I'm going to blow it up. Boom. Now, as long as it's straight, that bend should work wherever, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. As long as the gizmo is
right in the middle, and it's a straight object.
Yeah, it's following the direction of thing that you're working off of, it'll follow it.
All right. So one of the definite things that I see on Onis are these on the cyber stuff. They always have rebreathers of some sort, right? Something sticking out the side.
That's kind of what I got going on right now.
You got.
I got something like that.
Oh, great. Well, at least it'll be consistent, I guess. Where they come out though is, and how they come out is different. So I'm just trying to figure out like where I would want this, how big I would want it, and then where is this tube gonna go from here. So I can re-import this a couple times. I'm just trying to figure out if I want it big or do I want it little. Do I want a couple of them? Do I want it to come out where I had it? Would it look weird if it came out there? I think it does. But I could do something like this. What about that, Tristan, if it's coming out like that direction?
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah, sure. The heck? Oh. Not even selected on that.
All right, so then I'm gonna go to bend curve, right? That's what you said. And the yellow one gives me more options. After I bend it, if I I'll find out.
It is a little finicky sometimes. Like I said to you the other day. It's like if you try to make too sharp of a
bend it once.
Where are you trying to have that go?
I have no idea.
Okay, I wouldn't use that many points to start out with.
All right.
Like if you're trying to like move it like
all right, that's fine.
Yeah, I would like start like with maybe that many.
Or that right there.
Yeah. Cuz that'll give you a more broad motion. Yeah. You can play around with.
Yeah,
it's like just watching you try to do that. I was like, no, it's like don't do that.
Stop it! Your skin was crawling.
Yeah, a little bit. It's like, do not do that, please.
Oh, I just had an idea though. What if I put the rebreather tube up into the hair? Up into the. All right, hold on. Boom. 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 You see, this is where it kind of gets fun because now I can just start slapping tech pieces onto it. It's okay to have gaps, but I don't want to have. How long we been going for, Tristan? Oh, 3:38. Jeez.
Yeah, we've been going for
Well,
about 3.5 hours.
Yeah, 3.5 hours.
Some people have come and gone. I'm glad that I think we had a better turnout today than I thought we would have.
I think I should have definitely been hyping it all week, I guess, if we wanted people to come. I think usually day of I'm like, hey, we're streaming, and then everybody's like, can't do other stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. If anybody turns in, they can tune in like a different day. You know what I mean? Like that's why it's gonna be up there. So okay, so I guess I'll save this one. Accept that. Got a tube going up in there. Let's see if we can get 2 tubes going.
Not like that. There we go.
What you into, Tristan? You got me solid. Let me see your thing.
Oh, sorry. I'm just starting to put the teeth into it now.
Dan and Jordan were here earlier, and they like the Frieza look to it. So Tristan is leaning into it.
Yeah. You know, whenever I do like the ball in the center of the head, like I always know that it's gonna end up looking like Frieza, but like I originally like didn't want to go into the Frieza direction, but you know, I think it's a good idea. I think it looks good.
The thing is if you just go ahead and lean into the Frieza, then from now on you don't have to.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, I can't repeat that. I can't just do it again.
Because like I like having like the ball in the center of the forehead thing, like, you know, as like an aesthetic look for other things. I've seen it done for other things.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you know. It is what it is. I keep forgetting to turn on symmetry.
Bend curve.
One time I actually want to use symmetry.
The thing with these hoses that I'm doing is they're going to have to fit inside of the shoulder pads.
He said, Van said, we're still up in here.
Oh, there he is. Well, there's one person.
Yeah, it always says there's one person watching, but you know, I think it said that before when like there, yeah, it wasn't. I feel like that's not accurate.
Fair enough.
I feel like it's not accurate. Like maybe there are more people watching. Yeah. See that? Yeah, that's weird.
Well, that's because we don't pay for the real one. We just do the cheapo one. Hey man, I ain't paying for it. Hey, you want to keep showing up, Tristan? I'll pay for the better one. But if it was just me by myself, I wouldn't have paid for it.
Yeah. I wouldn't either.
Mm-mm. Do I do it like this? What about this one, Tristan? That's kind of going behind his head.
Yeah.
If I put something in the back that they're plugging into.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's something.
Not sure if I'm super happy with how it jaw looks.
My jaw?
No, my jaw. Sorry. Should
No,
have
it's okay.
specified that.
I'll put some like clampers to clamp it onto the head. So I'm always curious if I should do. You know what I should do? I know what I should do. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, guys.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Me and Tristan are sporadic at best, but we're trying to fix that.
Yeah. We are trying.
Insert. That's what I'm doing. I'll insert some gun parts. Let's find some screws or something.
Gotta get rid of this little.
Oh, there's my guy again. That's not what I want. Where's my ZBrush go? I've used this shape a couple times, Tristan. Why is it there?
Oh yeah, that was a cool shape.
Like, you know how like Hellboy shaves down his horns? What about that?
Yeah, I like that. I actually, you know what? I kind of like that. I kind of like the two horns on the side are like cut off, but he has the one in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
You know what I would like to do? I'd like to have that horn be removable and us be able to do like a transparent horn in there.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I think that'd be cool, like an energy horn.
Yeah.
An energy horn. Is there even such a thing?
It is now.
Oh, don't do that. Oh, what happened? Boom. And mirror it. I mean, I'm slowly starting to like mine a lot better. I feel
I have issues with mine, but I like it all right for the most part.
I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do in the back here. See if I can just start kit bashing. All right, so we're gonna do a cylinder. Shrink that down.
Hungry. Starting to get hungry.
Import plate 2. Type piece. Done. This is another thing, Tristan, that I did. Like, I just took these pieces and I just messed around after I made them. I messed around in the with just the bend tool and see what kind of bends I could get to make it look interesting.
Yeah.
So now I have got this piece, which is this is techie.
Mm-hmm.
This is the kit. Nope, don't. This is the kit batch part of it.
What is that? Zoom in. I can't
The
really
thing
see
you
it
made?
very well. Zoom in really close. I can't really see it.
It's just like a piece.
Huh.
Just
I
like
don't know if
bent.
I've seen that. Oh, you bent it?
Yeah, I bent it, and then
Okay. I was like, I don't remember that piece. Well, we're coming up on
4 hours.
yep, coming up on 12 o'clock.
Jeez.
I'm starting to get hungry. I feel like that's probably like a good time.
Yeah, well, we said 4 hours. We said we see how 4 hours did.
Yeah.
I think we got a good start to something.
Yeah.
For the
Sure.
both of us. Van says he wants it, so
Yeah.
that's good. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I like it. All right, I'll continue with it.
Yeah. I think mine could definitely use some work in some areas. I feel like it's still very it seems very, mine at least seems very it's kind of simple right now. Still just playing around with a lot of the basic panels that I want to put in there.
I want to show one more thing that I've been doing with the alphas, right? So like they have options on these brushes where you can load in these different shapes like this, right? So like if let me see what this for an example. If I go and I drag over, I don't want to drag it. I want to hit the drag. If I go and I drag over a spot like this, it'll give me some type of bumped out detail. But you see it's all like choppy because this mesh by itself. Oh, because I got it on Sculptures Pro. I can't believe this thing hasn't exploded on me having it on Sculptures. Pro doesn't like the iPad version for some reason. So I'm surprised that didn't crash on me up till now. But here we go. I took it off of Sculptures Pro. And so like I can drag these onto the mesh, and that also gives a more tech kind of feel to it. So I don't
Even
know
if you invert it, it'll like cut it into it.
right. So you hold Alt and it pushes it in instead of pulls it out. So if you can see, that looks like it's just coloring it. Oh, because I have color on that brush. Let's take the color off that brush. So yeah, it's pushing in, or that's pulling out, and then that's the pushing in. And then what I can do, I don't know why that's there. What I can do for here is just pick any of these alphas I want and see which one I like the best. So for the other one I did stop it. I did a little something like that on the eyes, and I'll add my Z, and I just kind of figure out like I kind of like that on for my eyebrows, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
And it gives it that cyber shape. If the cyber shape, that could be something. So like for my chin here, like if I want to take this shape right here, it does something crazy because I got mirror on, but without mirror, this is just kind of how I get some of that detail in there. See what it looks like if I pull it in. That's what I'm looking for. So that's what I was thinking for that part of the chin. So then once we get it here, okay, I probably want that deeper. Now you can do that with just regular booleans, right, Tristan? If you make a shape like that with a boolean, but it's kind of like if I turn this on layers, which I haven't done, like you could scrub that in and out. So these are how I'm going to make all the shapes feel more. And for this tube, see how that's cutting in to how that's cutting in there? And if I do like that, it'll make it look like it's coming out a little bit. So do that a little bit deeper and try it again. So something like that. So it doesn't look like it's so deep in there. I think maybe a cylinder shape Maybe I could boolean a cylinder in there to cut that out.
Yeah, that'd probably be a better way to do that.
Oh, we better get going. You're yawning, Tristan. We got tired Tristan in
Although
the studio.
I think that looks fine.
That right there is fine.
Yeah, that looks fine.
And then I wonder if I do it a second time.
I mean, you don't want to cut too deep into it.
That's not so bad.
Yeah.
And I can kind of mask this off, I think. And then just kind of smooth that out.
Well, that doesn't even really matter because that's not going to be seen.
No, but well, I just want that pushed in a little bit more. Right
okay, yeah, no, I see.
I'll grab the move, and then I'll just kind of suck that in. So this is a more destructive method, right? And I just did it on one side. So if I don't like it, I'll mirror. If I like it, I'll mirror this side. If I don't like it, then I'll mirror the other side.
I kind of like it. I think it looks fine.
Yeah, I think that's a keeper. And then yeah, so it's just a lot of that. It's just like cutting into things. Do you like it? Switch it off. If you don't like it, switch it off. I might do something more with this head. I might not.
I think it looks cool.
I think I could also take this, right?
Yours is more like a cyborg.
Yeah, cyborg Oni. We have cyber Onis and cyborg Onis. Well, that's what when Van said, yeah, that's kind of cool like that, and then we'll pinch this one down in the front, a little thing like that. No, it's a little tall, but when he said make the gummy smile, I'm like, well, gummy.
Gummy would be more organic.
Yeah, well, if I'm gonna add the organic stuff into it. So it's all about just nudging things, seeing if you like it. Something bad happened there, so I'm going to undo that.
Yeah, I might play around a bit more with mine, but we'll see.
All right, let me see if I got any other reveals.
Sometimes I need to like step away from something and have time to like kind of think about it and
take me off again real quick. Let's zoom in on your guy and talk about what you want to do to it or whatever.
Well, I think I definitely want to like kind of fix the jaw because I'm not really super crazy about what's going on with that. I like pretty much everywhere else. I think I'd still like to give him horns. I saw a couple of different references that I think I saw a couple different references that I think would look really good.
And big me real quick. Me real quick. So there's the wizard. I did nasty little teeth on him. And I don't know if that'll show up in the sculpt or not. There's a gap back there, so that should just be empty behind there. But I was seeing how photorealistic I could get with just in a straight ZBrush render. So I really like the and then also this is like me when I'm trying to figure out what I want to paint it like later. So that's that guy. That's the one we kind of previewed with it. And there he is with his hat. Got him big. Looking nasty. His mouth looks nasty. His teeth look nasty.
Yeah.
And then the Rumpelstiltskin guy. That's what I started the wizard from. That's one we did on stream a while back. And those heads are going to be good for the gnome scale, or imp scale. Sorry, imp scale. So I did this before I knew that was coming. I was just going to put it on a goblin body. But I did a whole body for him and maybe make a figurine or something. These are some of the, and that's just why I didn't want to have you big in me. But I want to get to my female heads because I did a lot of these, right? So there we go.
I don't know if I saw that one.
Yeah, it's like a Cyclops from X-Men vampire. And she even has like a little like blaster in her mouth, like she can fire something out of her mouth.
That makes me uncomfortable.
It's something crawling out of her throat. And I also had this one just straight vampire, if I can find that one. So this should be ready to print. I don't know if I did that's her without the hair, so that's just the tech headpiece. Did you see that one, Tristan?
Maybe. I don't know.
I think I modeled this ear thing.
I feel like I've seen that back piece,
Yeah.
like that back headpiece, but I don't know if I've seen that particular version.
I think this is her with just the vampire.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So Derek Stringer was like, I want to paint that. I'm like, oh, remember. I think we were talking. I think this looks like an older Gina Davis. And again, I had a female head creator. We did a lot of these because trying to get some stuff together for the Legion's ladies. We have been
Oh yeah,
lacking
and I think
seriously on our support for them.
well, yeah, and I definitely think that we should put a lot of focus into like not just the Onis, but into these female heads because I think that they are just awesome, dude.
Yeah, so there's that. Yeah, I forgot that I even sculpted that face. Like from all the faces that I've done, and these are just kind of like different variations of them. So I like the fade on that hair. And all this is like the same thing that we were doing, which was extracting and uh, color changes. This is a good way to see like what color you want to do, different customs and whatnot.
I mean,
So
like all the heads that, like all of the heads that you've shown are just like all like unique, and they look um like they don't all just look like the same head because they're not all the same head. You know, it's like
yeah,
they all have different faces and they all look lifelike. You know.
yeah, yeah. And I mean that's the head. I mean the headdress is the same on a lot of them, but this one was inspired by John Caulfield's paint jobs that he likes to do. He does multicolor like fluorescence and stuff. So I really couldn't pull off fluorescent in in the computer, but I think yeah. So yeah,
Yeah,
so this
man.
one has a robot underneath, so like that's flesh on top of the robot sculpt. And I don't know if I have that in here. I think that's this one. Yeah, so it's just a noseless female sculpt. So I don't think I'll just release that, but that's the under for some of the other stuff. So remember some of the I have a lot more. I just don't know where all I've saved them. I thought this one looked like the one from that hair makes it look like the one from Hotel Transylvania,
Oh yeah.
the daughter.
Yeah, yeah.
So all right, well we have hit 4 hours, our longest stream ever.
Yeah.
Thanks
And
for coming back.
thanks for hanging out with us, guys. And
Everybody that catches it on replay. Um,
uh,
we will try to be back next week.
yeah, absolutely.
If we're not, then we'll see you after that then. All right.
All right.
Immortal Collections out.
Yep. Catch you guys later.
Bye.
See you.